Hello, hello, and welcome. Relic time. Well, that's the wrong capture. Always an interesting moment. Relic time. I need to get quests. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you, Streamlabs. Figure your damn shit out. Seriously? We gonna take this long? There we go. So, looking at my available quests, my issue at the moment, I can't even register that Garuga. I need high rank armor. I really, really need some high rank armor. Legs wise, I've got it, I'm good, I'm set up, I'm done, right? I've got legs, they're there, that's fine. Chest piece, I have 2 quests, both the Kutku and there's an ogre I can do. That's nice, that's good, right? Waist, I only have the Basirios, and that's all of my guild quests. I don't have one I can do for arms, and I don't have one for head. So, at the current moment, I need to try and find, at the very least, 1 quest for each of those armor bias. Because I really, 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 really need it. My armor is, it's causing me to get my butt kicked, let's say. So I really want to sort that situation. I'm gonna give that a solid, like, few hours here to try and figure it out. If it does not go in my favor, so be it, I'm gonna go into multiplayer. And then we'll move on from there. You have a Basirios chest? Yeah, Basirios is one of those things that, I don't mind doing. But I'm trying to avoid. Hey, Sagando, how you doing? For, obvious reasons. If the time comes and Basirios is all I've got, then Basirios it'll be, right? But if I can get away with it, I would like to avoid Basirios. Give these expeditions a solid few chances to give me something here. And then if we don't get anything, I'll grab that quest off you if you don't mind, and then we'll begin powering forwards. In the glory of multiplayer. Well, I'll need to solo the monsters I need to do first, actually. As per the rules I've set for myself. Yeah. Which might seem very restrictive, but that is intentionally so. It's a relic run. This is a big frickin' Tetsu. It's meant to be somewhat difficult. I don't want to, you know, circumvent a lot of the run by just cheesy doodling myself with relics and multiplayer. Do I have a better weapon than you now, though, at this point, Sagando? I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think I might, right? Because you were getting really unfortunate weapon luck. You got unlucky last time, yeah. I really hope that that luck flips around this time, and I kind of get screwed over, and you actually get some good shit. Because that was unbelievable. I had like a beshackled every single quest. And you got like, what, 2 and they weren't even good? It's insane. Shackled? Venerable, sorry. Yeah, venerable. Is it venerable? What's... It's called something else, isn't it? Not Beshackled. Beshackled is the tippity toppity. I wish we had Beshackled relics. Was it venerable? Wasn't it called... I want to think it was called something really weird. Had a weird name. It might be venerable. My brain really wants it to be like confectionery, even though I don't think that's right. Something along those lines. That just might be me being crazy though. Hey, you moth! You beat Village, Ivory, Lagiacrus, and Devil Joe. You're set to farm Hub. Hey, well done. Congratulations. Good luck on Hub. How much of the Hub have you, pardon me, how much of the Hub have you done? Or are you going right back to the beginning and just like spamming through for a while? None? Okay. You get the fun / boredom of absolutely wrecking your way through low rank and high rank, early high rank for a little bit then. God, I love having guard +1 with this, lads. Guard +1 is honestly making this run possible right now. I got so lucky with that talisman and this weapon. I 100% ate all of the luck last week. That's why poor Sagando got none. Beshackled. Isn't Beshackled the like incredibly good G rank one as well? Like the post G one? Or is that something else? Because that has a different name as well, right? No, is that Champions? Might be Champions. This Relic system is so goddamn confusing, I swear. Beshackled is the last tier. Wonderful. Right now you're making a gun lance, Naga weapon plus steel armor. Heavy bowgun, which is Naga plus glacial, maybe even a hunting horn. Cool. Naga weapons are really damn good in that game, so I completely understand that choice. Is attack up large only for G rank? I don't know. I don't play enough hunting horn. It might be, yeah. It might require the purple note to get it. There are lots of meh Beshackleds, yeah. I mean, all each like individual tier does is raise your likelihood of good stuff, right? Attack up in general seems very rare. All you need is a red note. I think all you should need for attack up is a red note on a horn. I'm not 100% about that one, but it's normally white, red, red. Almost no horns have it. Wonderful. There's a lot of like attack up small and defense up small in 3U, if I remember. Like a lot. To be honest, you kind of love it. It makes more variety, right, which is nice. Instead of just like everyone's using the same attack up horn. Good morning, Frenchie. How are you? I should have blocked that. I reckon I should have this Tetsu in the bag. Yeah. Good. Good. That's what I want to see. The temptation, an incredibly large temptation right now for me, is to maybe, if possible, stretch myself to killing 3 monsters on one expedition. Because if I can do that and get away with it, it means I have a chance of double monster quests. Instead of just singles like I have at the moment. And that's much higher reward chances. Like, that's way more rewards. That could be real nice. How y'all doing this morning, afternoon? I'm doing good. Had some tasty foods. Do tell? I had a bacon sandwich. That's it. And then, like, just some potato and chicken in the oven. Pre-made. Just warmed up. It's just nice. Bacon sandwich, yep. Because I bought bacon for that burger yesterday. And then there was only 2 bits in there, and it was a pack of 6 bacon, so we both had bacon sandwiches this morning as well. Why not? Just makes sense. Just makes sense. Utilize all the stuff, yep. That's why I tend not to buy a lot of things. Unless I know I'm going to be able to use all of it, because otherwise it just gets wasted, right? Don't really want to throw stuff away. Because that's a waste of money. And wasteful for many reasons, but that bit's not necessarily as much of an issue, because it probably would have been anyway. Where did this boy even go to sleep? I have no idea. Over there. I think I've killed this Celtus so fast that nothing's had a chance to spawn after the Tetsu yet. How do I feel about quesadillas? We had this conversation last night. They're the ones that you put in the oven, right? The ones that, you put like a whole bunch of like sauce and shit all over them or something. Is that quesadillas? Or is that something else? I don't know. Let me have a look. I can never remember. Quesadilla. Wait, is that what we're having? Are we having those tomorrow? Quesadillas? Were those quesadillas? I'm not sure. We might be having those tomorrow. What's the other one that I'm thinking of, man? Let me go have a little look at the note. Give me a hot second here. Hello, Mace. Welcome. You're never late. Yeah, it does say quesadilla on there. Yeah, we're having quesadillas tomorrow. For lunch. Can't remember what we're having on them. It'll be chicken. Probably? No. We don't put chicken in it. What am I talking about? That's fajitas. Prosciutto, arugula, and then like a little bit of cheese. I think that's it, honestly. I think that's it. Good luck with your chores, Sagano. You can use chicken? Yeah, but I was thinking of the fajitas that we're having on Monday. We're having prosciutto in the quesadilla. Same thing, use all the stuff you get, right? We want to use all of the tortillas. So we're having fajitas and also quesadillas. What's the one I'm thinking of? We were talking about it literally last night. And I can't remember what it's bloody called. A burrito? No. It was something else. I can't seem to find any friendos here. So I'm just going to leave. Two is good enough. Enchiladas? Hey, your summers. Is that what I'm thinking of? Yeah, that is what I'm thinking of. Fucking nah. I did not like those. Another Basarios. Delightful. A bit too advanced. Definitely, but on a bigger issue, it's also fucking nasty. The real issue. Obviously for me. Taste this great. All I got was a waste Basarios. This is why I really need to kill 3 monsters, by the way. Really need to kill 3 monsters. The double expedition chance is big in of itself, but also just like... it might actually make me want to do the expedition quest, which is more important. It also, very importantly, raises the likelihood that I get more than one expedition. More than one guild quest per expedition. At the cost of only having to hunt one more monster. Which is wonderful. I think the problem you're going to run into here, Frenchie, I'm going to be completely honest with you, is the sheer amount of stuff that I just do not like. I mean, ingredients-wise, right? I don't like tomato and I don't like onion. That immediately cracks out like 60% of dishes. No, it feels like it. Good shit. Good. Man, I am bullying these poor Tetsu right now. Poor guys. Don't get a chance. This lance is so good though. 180 with blue. Oh my god. Spoiled. Spoiled boy. I can't really think of like other stuff that's big detractor that I'm not necessarily a fan of. Alcohol, obviously. That's usually used for cooking that's at a higher level anyway. Very good. I mean, I can't, like, just list every ingredient off the top of my head that I'm not a fan of. There's a lot of them. Cauliflower can go burn in hell. I don't like courgette. Pickled anything can die in a fire. Broccoli? I love broccoli. Broccoli's fantastic. Cauliflower is evil. Broccoli is glorious. All hail broccoli. Quite lucky in the sense that I actually tend to like almost all of the main side dishes. Pasta, rice, noodles, patates. Actually a big fan of all of those. As far as you know, I'm not a I only eat chicken tenders type of person. No. I am a bit more varied than just that. I just do tend to be very picky. Unfortunately. Cursed. Cursed with pickiness. The I only eat chicken tenders people tend to have like whatever my partner said yesterday, right? The avoidance food disorder thing. Oh yeah, no. Hot fruit is not good. Yeah. No. I love, like, steak and kidney pie specifically. That shit is amazing, right? But a hot fruit pie? No, no thank you. Goodbye. Leave my house. Never talk to me again. I eat kidney. I specifically only eat kidney in steak and kidney. I've never had it outside of that. So I actually don't know what it tastes like other than that one hyper-specific instance. Also, yeah, that's how taste buds work. Didn't know kidney and tomato were related. And pop. Okay, that actually worked. Good. Good old food. I only just ate and I'm hungry again now. That should be enough health-wise, I think, to outlive the poison. Do a stewed kidney. I don't get to have kidney anymore, unfortunately. The small one doesn't enjoy kidney. So I haven't had a steak and kidney pie in, I think, literal years. A breakfast, lunch item, maybe dinner. Wild. Gotta love the counters there. Oh, why does the poison keep hitting behind me? That's so unfortunate. Hey, Hige. Welcome. You fired up the PS2 yesterday in your day off. Game library maintenance, you need a new laser. Not sure what that means. New PS1 memory card and Monster Hunter 1. Still sucks. Yup. It's still Monster Hunter 1. Get it. Yes. Slice it up, add some seasonings, peppers, thyme, onion, tomatoes. Stew it into its own gravy. I don't like peppers either. Can tell you that one. Just because the reading peppers reminded me of it. Pizza time, nice shizzle. Enjoy. How you doing? Laser in the PS2's rough, right? It doesn't read PS1 games or whatever blues are anymore. Okay, that's spoopy. I don't imagine that's particularly easy to get a hold of at this point. A a PS2 laser. Any new interesting relics? No. The chance is a lot lower that I'll get a relic from an expedition, but I've not had a relic from either of these expeditions. I'm not doing the relic quests yet, I'm just doing the expeditions themselves. Pez? What's Pez? PZ, maybe? Don't know if that's just not capitalized. You are sleep deprived, Mace? Consider me not surprised. No, I'm currently attempting to gather quests to have a chance at getting relics, specifically armor, more importantly. Or more preferably. So yeah. Why is that? Because the new game came out yesterday and I imagine you were playing it until way too late. Pardon me. Because you were, let's say incredibly fucking hyper. Wasn't playing doesn't mean that it's not the reason why you were up though, right? You don't have to be playing it for it to still be the reason that you're up. You work in a game store and they pump out the brand readers. Oh, like tiny little candies. They aren't good, but they come in cute plastic containers. Okay, cool. Watching and listening to the OST till 3. That is what I had expected, yep. Because you mentioned something about the competitive scene at one point, and I was like, oh, we've lost space. You're on mobile, so expect 1/3 English. Fair. I'm gonna wait for this corpse to disappear, and then I'm gonna run around and have a look to see if I can get my my extra spawn. I'll know when it's disappeared because it will go away on my bottom of the map bit there. Completely useless. You smash through all the runs with every weapon. Good luck with it. Hopefully it goes well. God, I love the field pouch. That does surprise me, though. Especially for older tech consoles. It wouldn't have surprised me if you told me that there's some place that pumps out readers for, like, PS4s, PS5s. Maybe even PS3s, but PS2s, kind of like a bit old, right? I'm not even sure what you mean there, Higo, to be honest. But I have a feeling that's probably the type of thing that I should not ask you to elaborate on. Because I don't understand. You got a ton of discs worth a few hundred each and the thought terrifies you, yeah. Because I don't want to get illegal copies of anything. In terms of, like, downloading ROMs and stuff. And Ein asked me to play Pokemon Mystery Dungeon for one of his games. I had to pay, I think, 70 quid to actually get it off of eBay. And that's after keeping my eye on it, like, every day, every other day for a few months. And finally finding it at £70 instead of 150. I mean, I don't know where you source your stuff from, right, Hige? Is the thing. Even if I, like, completely trust you and know that you did it from your own copy and all of this stuff, right? I still do not have a physical copy of the game in my household. Which then looks dodgy, regardless. You just sent me an original copy for a better price. I mean, the shipping would have been astronomical. From the US to the UK? Probably would have cost me more anyway. Hopefully I like it. Let's hope so, eh? Fucking Ubisoft AAA or quadruple A bullshit going on with. An old ass fucking game. No. I don't. All I know is that you used to work somewhere where you hated fucking everything about it. Now that might still be the same place, I don't know. Hey Sophonia, welcome. Hey you meet. At least it should keep its value and I could resell it, yeah. True. Unless I love the shit out of it, I doubt I'm gonna, care that much, right? Was your factory job for extra money? You've game stored for ages? I didn't know that. I thought you only worked in the factory. Yeah, honestly, considering that most of the other copies are on there for, I can kill 4 monsters on this expedition. Hell yeah, man. Oh, I'm gonna be rolling in investigations. Oh! Considering it is on sale for like 120 all over the place on there. I can probably sell it for the same amount again. And I will go mildly neutral because of like shipping and stuff, but whatever. As far as Pokemon go, you have like 4 emeralds, a few rubies and sapphires, shit ton of red, blue, and yellow, ranges and dungeons, 64, GameCube, blah blah blah. Nice. That's really cool. Do you have any of the older Fire Emblem games? I don't know which ones are good. That people have said are good. I'm just wondering, mostly. Some? Okay, cool. Not because I, like, you know, I'm desperately interested in them right now, but I know that interest has been expressed, at least in my community previously, about me playing some of them. I don't know what repros is. Fakes. Oh, that's annoying. I mean, that's fucking annoying for you, right? That's crazy, though. Multiple emeralds, ruby, and sapphire. Shit tons of red, blue, and yellow. That's surprising to me. Red, blue, and yellow. I thought those ones would have been gone. Gone. You usually only pay about 40% of value, so it's not a bad loss yet. It's not necessarily like the monetary side that's necessarily the irritating bit. It's just like, God fucking damn it, right? The monetary side sucks, but you can live with that being like, it's gonna happen sometimes. It's like fucking fakes, really. Now I just gotta like hold on to these or put them in the bin or... Have them scrapped for the precious metals. They work, you just can't sell them, yeah. Why not both? It's also just a like dangerous thing to do even if you could legally do it right. And you didn't have a moral issue with it, it can potentially damage your reputation. As a business. If people are like, oh, this fucker's selling tons of illegal shit. Copies of Mega Man Legends 1 and 2 that needed testing. Ah. I imagine that's really freaking convenient. For, the sake of needing to get, like, replacement bits for things, for consoles and whatnot. Because you can just be like, hey! I can sell these things. And also I can buy them for my store. Hey, work contacts. I need to buy just one of them, please. And it is a business-related reason, right? You need to make sure that the things you've got work. Your stuff just fucking nice. Legality is an issue, you're not discussing it, but morals are bad for business? No, mate. The lack of morals is bad for business. The clown emojis indicate irony. Honestly, when people put the clown emoji, I give up at this point. Emojis mean nothing. When everyone uses them for a different reason, they mean nothing. Hey, Fanged Ivan. Holy shit, that was aggressive. This Koku's on crack. Are you sure you're not a Garuga? What was that? Good. Good. Sega Nomads. I don't think I've even heard of that. To be honestest. How'd I get the map like it was now? Right now? Press start and then press square? It even says it on the menu in the bottom right. Zoom map in and out. emojis mean nothing. How about this one? That's just cute. You always thought paintballs were useless in the woods. No, they're incredibly helpful. You gotta read the prompts, man. Delete my sub emotes then? No, because I paid money for them. Otherwise I would. Actually, I wouldn't, because people actually like them. The global emotes are the ones that mean nothing. Because they get used so much, and people see how people are using them, and then everyone sees them, and then they lose their purpose. That one I'll happily delete. In a fucking heartbeat. A handheld Genesis. Neat. I did not know that was a thing. I've already killed one of you. As much as a 5-monster expedition would be cool. No. Thank you. On PC now? Nice. Good old PC. This one's banging though. That one is very adorable. Although I still have no idea what it's meant to be. Other than like what it's meant to mean is maybe an appropriate way to say it. It's just a little dino being happy. Isn't it used in 2 really different ways? Ugh, tutorials with what, Chisel? You buy stuff off of people for the store all the time? How moral is fit. You start every deal with what you try to get. If they bring you 300 and say you need 40, you don't say yeah, sure. Say how about 120? Because that's where your comfortable margins. And they'll keep coming back, yeah. You like the despair related emotes? Some of them are very funny, yeah. Another Basirios. A Kutku. A Basirios. A Kutku. Oh! God, I hate fucking expeditions sometimes. I have a Stygian emote? I do, yes. Waist, legs, arms, legs. Still no head. It's a fucking Basirios. Oh, the arms was a Kutku, actually. Thank fuck for that. Kutku was also a waist piece. That's gonna be deleted. I don't need this one. I've already got legs. The other waist is also a Kutku. No, it's a Kutku instead of a Basirios. Although it's bow slash bowgun. As this arm one, that's a fucking disaster waiting to happen, man. Well, still got a chance to try and do some more. Once that arrives, you barely touch it anymore. It makes you sad. They need to spice up the anomaly distribution system. Kill a Bastos, unlock a TO, kill a TO, unlocks a core, kill a core, unlocks power stroke. Kill Gore, give me mega leg on me, yeah. Yeah, there needs to be some level of variety in it, otherwise you get very bored very quickly, right? Crone was the one who got that emote done. Nesilla and Emerald Conga. And it's rare. Let's hope this gives me something a little bit more interesting. I tried to Fanged Wyvern, but it just oh, okay, no, it was loading. It's just incredibly slow. That almost looks like Darkest Dungeon at some point, with the way it goes. You're so excited for the new mainline game, you're super afraid it's going to be dumbed down. Still play it, and if it's bad, you have the classics to keep you happy. You won't be too miserable at starting as you nervous, yeah. I think after World, for a lot of people, that feeling set in, and after Rise, for a different group of people, but still nonetheless that feeling set in at that point instead. And yeah, I must admit I am in the category of being worried about the next game. Not because I'm afraid of it being, like, dumbed down or whatever. Just because I'm afraid that we're getting consistently further and further away from what makes me enjoy Monster Hunter. And that's fine, right? Like, it just stops being for me, but that's kind of sad. This franchise that I've been playing for, you know what, 18 years at this point, suddenly might be of no interest to me whatsoever if the games keep going the way they are. Like, World was fine. I think World was fantastic. But there was definitely some issues with, like, Iceborne was not handled well. The Clutch Claw was a terrible change. Not because the Clutch Claw itself was a bad idea, but because of the way they handled it. With the tenderizing and the claggers and all the other stuff around it, and that's kind of like a general difficulty. Like, I actually like the scaling options. I think that's a really good idea. I just think that, like, because of, like, what Chisel said, they could have made the Clutch Claw fun. But they doubled down and just went, fuck it, use the Clutch Claw instead and made the gem. The Razor, the, like, special gem instead. And at least for me, the portable team's in a very similar spot where I'm like, you know, Generations was interesting. You gave a neat concept to go. but it didn't necessarily feel Monster Hunter-y to me. And then Rise is like, how about we do just exactly the same thing, but we speed it up by 4 times. And I'm like, man, we're really gonna have 5th gen be like a fresh idea that was incredibly good in Monster Hunter World, in my opinion, and then got really fucked badly in Iceborne. And then double downed on instead of fixed. And then Rise is literally just like, it's Generations 2, but without all the monsters in it. to be honest. You love the Sonic franchise, but you also don't. Other than 1, 2, Adventures 1 and 2, Generations and Mania, you don't like the games. There's more games you don't like than you do. So do you like the franchise? Dunno. Do you like the franchise? I would say when it comes to Monster Hunter, there's more games that I like than I don't. I conceptually like Monster Hunter 1 and Monster Hunter DOS. In actuality, I don't necessarily, right? I do, for all of its faults and all of its horror, and my unwillingness to play it, I do actually enjoy Freedom Unite. MH4U, I think, was fantastic. I think 4U and World are some of the best games they've ever made. So it's only two games, really, that I actively dislike from the franchise. You've seen this happen before, you think it's how it is when getting older, me. See, I would accept that argument if it wasn't for the fact that I genuinely think World is the best game they've made. Genuinely. I am full in belief of that. Base Monster Hunter World. If you took base Monster Hunter World and put all of the Iceborne shit into it, I actually think it's the best game that they've ever made. So it's not just like, oh, I'm getting older, kids these days, right? It's the second most recent game in the entire franchise. You like the way Tri and World approach the series? Yeah. So this is sort of the thing with like the World versus Rise thing, right? Rise is more based on action combat, and World is more based on ecology. While also having like the combat around it and stuff. And I love the ecology in Monster Hunter. I love the ecology. I don't want to shit on anyone's favorite monster, right? I know a lot of people love him, but Generations Ultimate is a great example. Just look at Valstrax, right? Is he cool? Yeah, he is. He's badass, right? He's really good. He's a really cool monster. However, his ecology is dog shit. Like, his wings are impossible. He's weak to fire, yet he flies through the atmosphere at light speed with, like, no issue. There's a good explanation for that, but they haven't officially given it, so... It's all very strange. You don't like the Final Fantasy and the Witcher crossovers? Yeah, I like those in theory, but hate them in practice as well. Like, they've really ruined something special about their game by putting those in. Hey, Coltrane. GU is worth the pickup if you enjoyed Rise. / liked Rise, but would maybe want it slowed down a bit. Or just want, like, a shitload of Monster Hunter to play that's more action-focused and kind of puts the back burner on the ecology standpoint. I would, however, recommend you maybe watch some gameplay of it, because unfortunately GU does heavily incentivize playing two styles in particular. You don't have to. You do not have to. Speaking of someone myself, I've got through the entire game. I haven't done every single quest, but I fought every single monster in the entire game at its base level with guild style, which is just basic ass Monster Hunter. And I killed all of them. Not at the hardest, but at the, like, you know, the first time you would encounter them in every rank. But the gameplay is so incentivized around two styles. And you are kind of punished if you don't run them. Games never relied on nostalgia in terms of content. Yeah. Iceborne, I think, did exploit nostalgia. You think the attention to the detail makes the game what it is? Agreed. As well. As we get older, we see companies try new stuff, and some stuff that sticks won't appeal to us. I mean, that's... yeah. Agreed, mate. But, like... When did Monster Hunter Generations come out? 2016? Maybe? So I was 20. And even then, I can straight up tell you, at that point, I did not like Generation style. So, like, not a lot of stuff's changed in 10 years, right? I don't think children and, like, growing up and all this stuff, I don't think we just accept shit as much as people think we do. Plenty of people, when I played 3U with them, even as, like, you know, middle-ish teenagers, were like, man, this underwater combat, I do not like it. And they weren't necessarily, like, older. I mean, technically. They were 4 years older than they were when they played the last game. It's more a case of, like, games have to change to stay fresh. Sometimes they change in a way that we just would prefer they don't. Some fans hate Gen 5 because they tried to push a new direction, yeah. Whereas Gen 5 is the only Pokemon that I really loved. Shit-talking Adept and Ariel? Valor. Hige. Adept and Valor are like the styles you play. From a casual level. If you're, like, disgustingly good at Monster Hunter, Striker is technically the best in a lot of cases. But for the average bear, you're going to be seeing a lot of Adept and Valor. If you want to have a good time, because some of those Hyper Monster quests that you have to do if you want to upgrade your equipment suck. Right now, you do have free time. You want an older, more complete game. You have Try and loved it. You don't have a Wii U for a complete edition. You like Rise somewhat, thought it was easy in a way. Want to play more of an older game. You had the PS2 version, loved it, you hated the controls, okay? I'm assuming you're going with GU because you have access to a Switch, Coltrane. Yes, and I assume you don't have access to a DS. Otherwise, I would recommend, personally, on my end, 4U. Or 3U. But obviously, 3U is not an option for you, so presumably 4U isn't either. I don't think GU will be a waste of time or money. But I think it's going to depend a lot on how you feel about, specifically, the Switch skills. Imagine what you see of my gameplay right now. This is GU, except with the Switch skills added in. Essentially. Except they're called Hunter Arts. And instead of being on a cooldown, you build up to them instead. Worth $20, you'll say that with confidence. Yeah, I think it's worth $20. Get a 4U bit. You have a 2DS and it was hard to get the controls. Yeah. Yeah, you kind of need a Circle Pad Pro. Put mainline versus portable as having a meal cooked by you and cooked by your grandma. One is for eating, and it can be nice, but the other one's made to fill your heart as well. I understand what you mean, and I can agree with the sentiment. But I truly just think it's if you prefer action or if you prefer the world, right? And all of the little intricacies in the world. For some people, the portable games are always going to be better. Because they want to play, you know, farming, grinding, killing the monsters, going out on quest, grinding, farming, that's what they want to do. And it's not that you can't do that in the mainline games, but it's less of a focus. Things that will ruin the new mainline's mounted combat, mandatory mounted combat. I mean, we don't know that, right? Because we don't know shit about the new game. And anyone who pretends otherwise is having themselves on. We've seen, like, how long? A minute of someone riding around on a bird in a trailer. That's it. That's the whole trailer. It doesn't mean fucking anything. You know what the only thing we know about the new Monster Hunter game is? It's a mainline title because it's got the dragon heads. And that there's a fucking Rathalos in it. That's it. Anything else is pure, unadulterated fucking copium. If people are like, I know it's gonna have weapon swapping in it. And like, it might do, yeah. There's maybe some hints there. Potentially. Might be open world. There's maybe some little nuggets pointing towards that one, right? Certainly an option. But you can't know. Got that one huge circle pad adapter. It's hilarious, but totally not needed. I think for some people it is needed. Still loving Sunbreak, even with all of that, yeah. You never roll your eyes at someone's appreciations, but for you, it's always the combat here, game. You're in it for the numbers, the grace, efficiency. Sometimes you want to soak your feet in a foot bath with a cat, you get it. This is the thing, right? And this is why World and Rise are so weird. For my personal taste, Rise's combat is strictly inferior to World's. Because it's not satisfying. I feel no depth to any of my actions. It's all just... I can do whatever I want with essentially no repercussions for like 75% of the time. The depth of combat is not as enjoyable for me. It feels all very surface level. And that's one of my like core enjoyments of older Monster Hunters and older FromSoft games as well. Is I feel like if you fuck up, you get punished. Whereas with Elden Ring, and in Rise, I feel like I can just do whatever the fuck I want, and it don't really matter. At least until late game Elden Ring, where it just turns into like let the boss have a tantrum for half an hour, and then maybe you get to play the game. Haku is not in this area anymore. Hirozo is a hammer main, so you think you're good? What, in terms of hammer not being fucked with? You don't want a clutch claw you have to feed? Yeah, no. The clutch claw was a horrible mistake. It's enjoyable, but it lacks balance. None of the Monster Hunter games are ever balanced, though, right? Let's be honest. Rise might be particularly messy, but I think that's because they tried to shift the meta, is a lot of the reason why that happened. And that comes with even more, like, hassle. Whereas, like, typical meta for the longest time has been, just build crit raw damage, whereas it's now just build crit element, and that actually fucks with, like, a lot of stuff. As well as frontier skills coming back. Your grandpa owns Capcom, he said it was gonna have nibble stuff. Good old nibble. There's no impact, you can feel knocked back in World, and Rise you can button mash, wait to be in control again, yeah. That's what I mean, like why I don't necessarily want to shit on it, right? Because that's just not for me. But if you're someone who loves faster paced combat, Hell yeah, man. That's gonna feel great, right? You don't have this, like, long punishment type thing going on. You just get hit, wire bug out of it, and go. Straight back into it. You're given too much, monsters are either not given enough or given bullshit punishments in exchange. Rise of Sunbreak? Yeah. That's fair. In terms of Wild being a baseline solid, because he rained. Why would that be the case? Because he made Hammer. The problem with Rise and Sunbreak being fast is fights can blur the lines of fight uniqueness and character and pacing, yeah. Yeah, that's actually an issue with World. As well. World and specifically Nagakuga. Because everything's quicker, and Naga did not get an appropriate amount quicker, he doesn't feel like Nagakuga anymore. Like, he's just a random pseudo-Wyvern. He doesn't really have anything in World. How the fuck am I meant to do that? Okay. If the Rise Break monsters were at the intensity of Hazard Bloody Malzeno, you'd have appreciated it more. You're passing your phone at 9 out of 10, you get one fight, and while it should satiate you, it makes you think that it could have all been that. Yeah, see, I think that's maybe going into the range for me where it's way too difficult. But I can understand. Bit Jelly Goddy to free feature where you could have your friend as an AI companion. Oh, that's good. Followers are good enough. As long as it remains optional. Unless it's for story-related reasons. Genuinely would be one of the biggest turn-offs for me. If they say when Summer rocks around, like, yeah, you're gonna have followers with you on every quest. They're just always with you, and you just have them with you. That genuinely might be enough to just make me not play the game. Like, I won't buy it. Because it actually directly ruins the way I like to play. I like to be basically full solo other than my cat. You don't think they do it? I don't think they'd do it either, but like... I also didn't think that they would take the franchise that had, like, weight and combat depth and turn it into a fast-paced, like, Platinum Devil May Cry Bayonetta type game. But that's what Rise felt like for me, so I don't know what I can trust anymore. I also never expected Capcom, specifically Monster Hunter Capcom, to release a game which was unfinished and then directly, what I feel like, lie to me about the state the game was released in via title updates. Which I'm still incredibly pissed off about. And then Rise came along. God Eater, you can go solo in most scenarios. I mean, God Eater isn't made by Capcom though, right? It's made by Bandai. You won't open hub till you see the credits, Hugo. I'll never progress via hub. But I might do like farming and stuff in hub with people I know and trust. Is there two Nacillas? Or is this Nacilla just stalking me? Like, really? Really hardcore. Title updates are fine as long as they're a bonus and not finishing it as they go, yeah. I, honestly, I would genuinely prefer if the concept of title updates stayed in Gen 5. I would be much happier if that just never left Gen 5. And we just got, like, a finished game that doesn't have wonky-ass title update, crazy OP monster scaling. There's a head. I've lost drone. Register that bad boy. There's another head, and it's a blue Katku. Nice. Okay, I got 2 head pieces, 1 arm, 1 waist. I want a waist that's not a Basirios, if I can. I've got 2 chests here. I have a Katku waist. Katku waist it is, I guess. That bowgun is genuinely begging for a catastrophe to happen, but sometimes you gotta deal with it, right? You forgive all sins if there was a loud fight while he's charging the castle. He does a fireball that opens up an arena, then you have a Eurocanlos type. That would be wild to see. Interesting, though. Okay, so lovely to see you all. You're gonna go have lunch. Have a good one. Here you go. Thanks for popping in, as always. Have a nice, tasty lunch. I really wish I could unregister quests. You're thinking about it, though? Not really. I hope Lao stays dead. Got some good guild quests yet? I have some guild quests. Whether they're good or not, I don't know. Right, this blue cuckoo for the head. You had an arm quest, right, Sagando, that was the Basirios? This cuckoo for the waist. This blue cuckoo and this Velocitome for the head. Zenoga for the chest piece. So, this Zenoga. What was the weapon bias on your Basirios, Zagando? He belongs stock pierced by a Dragonator, yeah, honestly. I already have legs. So this chest piece. I do also have a blue cuckoo. You also have a Zonoga quest. Is that the one that Komuro gave us? Because I've already got that one registered. I would really like to avoid this cuckoo for the Bobo gun. Because if I get a good hammer or hunting horn relic, I can potentially use it. If I get a good bow gun or a bow relic, I just gotta, like, get rid of it. Because I can't use them. The Sirius is a bow gun. Okay, then, I think I'd rather do the cuckoo. Which to me seems like this Velocidrome, this Cuckoo, this Zenoga, this Basirios. That's head, arms, waist, chest. It gives us variety in hunts. There is only one bowgun, which I can live with. And it's a decent, like, differential in terms of quests. Oh. Right. I've killed... What did I just kill? I've just killed Cuckoo and Blue Cuckoo. I've killed tons of Velocidromes, so the only ones I need to do to prove that I can do them before we go into multiplayer is the Zenoga and the Basirios. That's it. So I need to do each of these once, and then I can do multi. With the same Zenoga from Komoroko. And the goal here, once I've done these two quests, is to get myself a full set of armor. High rank armor. The full shebang, if possible. Preferably with at least, what, 3 open slots. So I can keep guard +1. That's the idea. That's the hope, that's the wish. The same rules as before will apply, by the way. Just to clarify for people who don't know, maybe. I have to show that I can do the quests before and after multiplayer. in order to be eligible for the rewards. I specifically need, more importantly, to complete the quest once it's already been leveled up, so that I can take my rewards from said quest. And I have to do that solo to show that all the farming that happened in multiplayer would have been possible for me to do solo. The only thing that changed by doing it in multiplayer was just that it was a buttload quicker. Not that it went from, like, being impossible to being possible, right? That's the important nugget of info there. I guess it's to have multiplayer than just a whole bunch of monkeys. Thankfully, that was really lucky, by the way. I think I might actually be spared that fate. Because, Relic multiplayer, the only reason everyone spams monkeys and Devil Joe is because of, they're the best ones to give the super late game chances, right? And those super late game goody good rewards, no one's ever going to be able to get with me on this run. Because the goal is to kill Gogmazios. Which is when you get G Special, which is when you're able to do the super good versions of those quests. I'm thankfully some level of avoidance towards Monkey. I have guard +1, sir. Do you mind? That was way too much stamina. And if I recall correctly, I don't know what level most people get the Rajang quest at. But at least with the pickle quests, like the earliest you can get it, it's like level 120. And then it changes to G Special at 126. So I can't be tortured with it for at least very long. If I must be tortured by it, it'll be a brief episode. At least I hope. I hope. Ouch. Nice. Good, Lancing. I love this weapon so damn much sometimes, man. Ooh. God +1. I truly do not think it's an exaggeration to say that one talisman pickup might win me high rank. I suppose I should say that one talisman followed by this relic is the whole of high rank made like considerably easier. The game was so kind to give them to me. That's a heal. If I don't throw it, that is, anyway. I can always screw myself over. That is fully possible. Especially when I take that much damage. It's nice that this area is straight up front and out the way, by the way. And go. Hey! Hey, you're making things a little bit easier. There we go. Please don't immediately start charging up, you bastards. I need to sharpen. Picking up the shiny does not actually benefit me. And I am on a guild quest right now. This is crucially important. Not it, but at some point it might be. He charges, I sharpen, fair game. Not fair game. He gets a disproportionate benefit than I do. That actually made me take damage through guard. Interesting. Oh my god, I'm so weak. I'm so weak. Yeah. Hit me sharpening is not equivalent. It's not equivalent at all. Do I have a weakness to Thunder? No, I resist Thunder slightly. Okay. Uh-huh. Sure. You know, Zenoga might be, maybe might be out of the running for creatures that I can actually do. I don't resist his big mass, though, that's for damn certain. My defense is... no. What defense should you have, roughly, at this point in high rank? Do you reckon? Mid-ish? Mid-high rank? I'm in HR5. That's a requirement for Zonoga, HR5. Probably have something like... I don't know. 230s, 250s? I'm not terribly far behind at 170. I ain't really good either, but... /60 defense each piece is solid for high rank. Oh, never mind. So, based on that, I'm about half of what I should be. Because 50 a pop would be 250. 60 a pop would be 300. And I'm on 160. 169. Nice, by the way. Thing is, if I can kill this boy here, I think farming him in multiplayer would actually be doable. Specifically because I could get armor from the other things I farmed and then use that armor against him. Because the defensive shortfall is my issue right now. And the fact that I didn't bring max potions, but that's a different problem. Not a Velocidrome, that's new. Yeah, we're slowly moving out of Velocidrome territory. Not completely, I do still have a Velocidrome quest I need to do, but... we're slowly moving away from Velocidrome pain. Whee! I've done a lot of breaks here. Both claws are broken, the tail's cut. His head's broken once. Him getting that second charge up that quickly really kind of hurt me a lot. I don't think there's anything else I can do. Hey, you Pokelol, though. How you doing? Welcome. Good. And of course, my sharpness goes down again. That I will take. Sharpen, 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 sharpen. That's a perfect sharpening opportunity. You're doing good but tired. Was the leg day and you're destroyed. Oh. Come on, get injured. He's not hungry anymore. Unfortunately for me. Yep, that's a charge up. Is one going to be enough to put him up? No. Like, it always has to be at least 2. Can you map touch input on certain areas? Yes, you can. If you wonder why I haven't, pure laziness. I'm pretty sure that would one-shot me. At my current health. 100 instead of 150. It's such a shame because it's such a good opportunity to abuse, but I can't make use of it. I need guard +2. Give me guard +2, damn it. Oh god. Good. Hey, I'm. How you doing? You gotta warn me about 27-minute naps. They're dangerously long. Dangerously long, is that so? What does half-hour naps or hour-long naps do to you then? Because that's normally what I do, 30 minutes to an hour. This was a terrible decision. I genuinely am so lucky to get away with it. I have no idea why I just tried to sharpen there. Incredibly greedy. You got ambushed by one. Oh! Nice! Yeah, 20 minutes, completely reasonable. I just need a little bit more defense, man. Just need a little bit more defense. That is 100% A-okay, that quest. Fuck you, game. I don't think that's a 27-minute nap. That's a 4-hour nap. Which is less of a nap and more of a small sleep. Move to a different zone to sharpen? No. That's the coward's way out, and I won't have it for myself. It's not the coward's way out. It's strategically the best decision. But it's the coward's way, I don't know. I don't like just moving out the zone, it doesn't feel right. Whole bunch of battered bullshit. Good. That's actually nice. I'm gonna take that because I think that might actually be a an armor upgrade. All I gotta do is kill that Basirios. Just gotta kill that Basurios, and then multiplayer the days away. Until I get a full armor set here. What's my chest piece? It's 23. I mean, it's only earth crystals and abrasive, so like, why not? 7 defense. That's an upgrade. And it hasn't even been upgraded. Let's just switch so I've still got my guard on. Also, that Tigrex armor, looking kind of nice. Not gonna lie. Style, man. Style. Much better than the random hunter armor I had before. Although I must admit, the visual mismatch has now become a much larger issue. Let's go kill a Basurios. And then I can dream big. Yo, Tigrex chest piece. Yep. Why is this Basurios such a high level? Why is it level 46 straight away? That's scary. I should have, what, 176? 77 defense now? 194? I ate for defense. Speed buff as well. Hell yeah. Nearly poking into that 200 defense range. Oh. Oh yeah, because it was a 7 defense upgrade, but then I also upgraded it, which gave it 3 more, so it became a 10 defense upgrade. Ooh, sorry. Is that the real boy right there? That looks like it might be the real boy to me. I'm gonna come back for you in a minute. I just want to check all of the rest of the map. The comically textured rock, yeah. I mean, I'll take the free mount as well. Especially if that might break his back. He is only high rank. Might take 2? No. 1 does it. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Cool. I'll be back for you in a minute, buddy. Have fun in here. Bye. I need to check for blue spots. And I'm immediately rewarded. Maybe not with a drop, but with a blue spot. Not helpful. Unfortunately. Battered is the low rank one. I need the medium rank. The high rank one. This does not seem like it's going to have anything for me. You're not a fan of Basarios and Rise? Why so? I'm kind of 50-50 on him. Personally. Are you really just right here? Why are you here? Agna mechanic, but worse. Same with Levasiov. I mean, Levasiov is literally Agnaktor's mechanic. But Basarios' isn't. Right? His is... It's very similar, yeah, but... I guess it's similar to, like, specifically the head and the beak, or and the chest piece. Beak and the chest. And that it's moves that trigger it. I think Basarios, they just wanted to make him, like, less annoying, right? At least that would be my guess. You face it, you auto-pick Lance, Heavy Hit, or Hunting Horn or Bowgun. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the same for a lot of people. Black Gravios does that to a lot of people in this game. Is Black Gravios automatically means ranged weapon? It's a lot of damage. That's kind of a lot of damage. This is why I so desperately need new armor right now. Oh, that's gonna hit me. I don't have guard up. My defenses now about the same as they were before. Ugh. Speaking of Gravios, why Basarios returning and Rise? No, Rise is kind of a bit all over the place, right? Hey, Banyan. Welcome. I unfortunately cannot because I am not on DS. Sorry. Is camouflage ecology is not going to be used / shine and rise? Yeah. They might have just thought that there was a relatively simple monster to remake that fit well in the locales, maybe. But him being in the desert is a bit weird to me. When he's in Volcano. And in this game, Woods, Everwood. Was he ever in deserts otherwise? I don't think so, right? Not that they don't make creatures go into different biomes all the time with reworks, but just surprised me. Swamps! Yeah, he's in swamps as well. I guess there's nothing really with his ecology that would specifically deter him from being in a certain biome. So much damage. Oh. Even a tailspin hurts that much. It's so lucky that Viserios doesn't really, like, attack back to back. So I get a lot of abusing time. But that's an insanely high amount of damage. Not playing good right now. That's an issue. In a challenge under I'm specifically like skill locked behind things. Can't be playing, poopy. I 100% need to go turn the heater off after this quest. It's too warm in here. It's like, oh, comfy warm. Sleepy time now. It's my excuse and I'm sticking with it until I find a better one. At the very least, probably why I'm yawning me butt off. I'm still fine, neutral on fire resistance, right? Yep. That armor hasn't screwed me over in that regard. Tiki chest piece. What's the most important armor to work on? The arms and the head are significant. Nice. Yeah, arms and the head. Even if they go to better low rank armor, is still 10 defense jumps. So if they were to go to high rank armor, that'd be humongous. We see a Tigrex chest piece, yep. One of the relic skins for a low rank relic obtained in a high rank quest can be a Tigrex chest piece. Apparently. Good. 100% doable, if somewhat scary because of damage. 100% doable. Right. Multiplayer. Multiplayer. Let's put myself in one of these rooms. Refresh my list, please. French Fad 1 is open. French Fad number 1 for multiplayer. Boink. And pin that bad boy. Manually. Put that up. You'd love to do multi, you're just gonna get yeeted out again? Yeah, who knows? Who knows with Citra? Oh, wait, what? Oh, did it scroll up? I must have pinned it as it scrolled up. Wait, no, I can't even pin my own message. Okay, there we go. Did it. It must have been really perfectly timed. There you go. Battered is not helpful here. Well, it could actually be better. It's not true. Thank you, Shizzle. Same for you, Mace, yeah. And I imagine you are, otherwise occupied, anyway. You're gonna try? It doesn't hurt to try as long as you have the expectation that it's probably gonna fail, right? Worst case scenario, you don't get to do anything. And it's a bummer you wasted a little bit of time, but hey, at least you gave it a shot. Best case scenario, maybe you get in for a solid like 5 quests and you don't get yeeted. Wonderful. Is there any quests you specifically would like to post, Sagando? Or are you fine with the ones I've got here? Sword and Shield Dual Blades, Try Head, Bow Slash Bowgun, Freedom Arms, Hammer Hunting Horn, Try Waist, and Sword Dual Blades, Try Chest Piece. Kinda good? Cool. Are we in high rank? We are in high rank. Yeah. Yeah, it's high rank. Hey General, how you both doing? Welcome to the Morpheus. You're gonna post yours on Ogre one? What, to get it leveled up? That's fair. It has Julies? Yeah, mine's Julies as well. Because it's the same one, right? Up to what rank? Anything in HR 5 and below is all good. Okay, then I post it. Up to you. I don't want to screw you over if you wanted to level it up as well. Because obviously you might want to do some grinding by yourself. Oh shit, we're in HR 5? We are! HR 5, General. 5! You can try such, but you'll inevitably end up fuming, yeah. If you're gonna get angry, it's just not worth it, right? I got really, really lucky as soon as I got to high rank. When I was farming with Sagando last session. I got this absolute beauty. And I'm so happy. Monobloss should be fine then. Is it available in an equivalent? Your co-op mates following the challenge as well. So Sagando is, yes. Sagando is also doing the challenge. Chisel will not be. But that's fine for the sake of my sake. Because when I get off the quests... So this quest right now is level 41. Let's say we do this quest so many times that it gets to level 60. I then have to fight Village 61 by myself to use any of the stuff that I gained in multiplayer. Because that, in theory, proves that I could have done all of those quests in the intermittent periods by myself. Just doing it in multiplayer is a fuckload quicker. Because, you know, every guild... The point of guild quests, if you are otherwise unaware, is that they get teeny tiny little bit harder every single time you do them. That's frustrating. You love that flag, you're so happy it takes up 10% of the screen. I'm not. Does that account for the weapons you get while online? What do you mean, General? Like if I unlock relics and stuff? Because if so, yes. I have to do this quest again solo before I can polish those relics that I get from this quest. I can't use the stronger weapons against the monsters until I've beaten them. Same thing with armor. I can't use the stronger armor. Because otherwise, in theory, I wouldn't have been able to do it, right? Which means I never would have got that bit of armor in the first place. Which means I had an unfair advantage. So we never would have known if I could have actually got the relic or not. Fat load of blue, yeah. It's so nice. You're not short on other stuff you want to do? No, you got like, what, 4 games to play right now? Armored Core, Dave, Persona, and Splatoon. You was kidding, I'm actually doing it. Yeah. I will keep track of, if I take relics, I'll keep a track of all of them, like which ones I got from what quests. And then put them in the right place, right? I stream? I don't stream Persona. Mace just wants to play Persona. I've never played a Persona game in my life. And, to be honest, probably wouldn't like them. Village only, you consider it equivalent with Rathalos, Tigrex, etc. Yeah. I mean, if you get it in the same point that you get like Zenogre unlocked in Village Chisel, then that would be about right. Because Zenogre's unlocked in this tier. Syringios is not in Hub at all. In high rank. Planning to go 3U slash 4U after Sunbreak, Penguin. Depending on what you're trying to do in Sunbreak, that might take a long time. Nope. But Syringios, I think, is like near the end of Village, so I would say probably not. The Afflicted and Curio crafting, yeah, exactly. That's a lot of stuff. Do you want your Zenogre quests like every other quest, Sagando? Isn't it in hub, but it's like subspecies level if we were to be in hub? Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Azure Wrath level. Do I get Rare 5 or Rare 6 relics currently? Rare 4. Mine's also 31? No, mine's at slightly higher level. Because I did it once solo. Mine's 32. Then I post? Sure. It's gonna get statistically slightly better. And that's what we want. Give us those higher drop rates, goddammit. We want that favorable trade. We have a higher chance of getting them rather than getting screwed over more often than not. Look in the general. Ooh, that is very red. The way the black buttons stand out there is actually really nice. The contrast is good. Nice one, Zale. Very coral. Coral's a good way to put that, yeah. You're looking forward to giving that a test run, I assume? You're 80% sure that's what the color is called? Oh, cool. Oh, never mind. I don't have any dragon toadstools. RIP! This is going to be tough with your defense. Yeah, it's going to be tough for the both of us. Much tougher for you, though. I don't know what you're on, but I'm on 189 right now. And he was nearly one-hitting me with some attacks from 100. Your Sophie emotes will be put to use. That punching one is really well done, honestly. 182 with food. So you're only 7 below me. Which is, It's not horrendous. Obviously, it's not good, but... Tiny spool. So many tiny spools. See and hope that Chisel strays in the old room here. Doesn't get booted, or Sagada gets a nice orange. Yeah, we both get half health. A joke weapon? This is just a Relic skin. This is the best weapon I've got right now. $10 raw damage higher than my next highest raw damage weapon. That was such an unfortunate head break time. And has like blue sharpness at all. Just amazing. I think normally it probably is a joke weapon skin though. Relic weapon has... I don't know what that is. Some sort of vibes. The village, the base rise. Oh, Kimura! Right, yeah. The V on the end really fucked me up there, to be honest. Like, what's Kuramath? Kamarav? I don't know what, I've never heard of that. Kimura makes way more sense. Her off. Same difference, right? Got some socks, undies, and sweatpants while you're at Walmart as well. Good shit. Oh god. Yo, Sagado survives one of those. That's nice. It's actually really good to know. We might be in real danger if this gets much higher level though. Zenoga, you gotta be kind right now. You gotta give Sagando an armor upgrade. Head is fully broken. Like you said you would, you brought the Street Fighter 6 pass, so you're set for head on the 28th. Nice. Nearly broke now, but you got like 35 left till Tuesday, which isn't necessarily that long if you've got groceries and stuff already sorted. which hopefully you have. No more bills to pay and the like, right? We're gonna spend it on food. Good idea. I can't do anything about that one. Horrible, horrible time to be stunned. Why not use it for Street Fighter 6? You should spend it on Street Fighter 6 immediately. Two separate people, same brain. They're the Chaos Gremlins. As the voice of reason. Please. Food. We'll spend more money on it, yeah. Not after you've just bought the DLC Season Pass thing, right? We'll actually be fighting in the streets after that. Won't need a game anymore. Hey! Overpriced costumes? Don't do this to me. Jesus Christ, General. Okay. I mean, I was blocking. I'm gonna fail this quest for the both of us, I guess. Knock on wood, as of now, you're staying in the lobby. There's honestly some weird thing going on with lobby stability on Citra, where if you join when the other person is... I do not have a max Sagando, no. I had one Dragon Toadstool, so I couldn't make them. You'll give one to me? Thank you. Unicorn Overlord. I've heard of this before, but what? Is it looking juicy if you're into Fire Emblem / tactical RPGs? It was eaten from Citra itself? Yeah, Citra itself has problems. Monster itself should be a lot more stable. Maybe? I don't know. Oh yeah, my thingy is probably good. So, that probably did more damage, honestly. Although the blue sharpness might cinch it for me. Damage-wise. You're no good with real-time strategy. Oh, is it real-time strategy? Maybe your connection was dog shit and just straight up eating you from Citra. Nah, Citra has days and times where it's just a lot worse. That was one of those days. I honestly thought that lightning bolt just straight up killed me. Bit biased because you're familiar with the dev and you like their art. It's gonna be a weird fucking thing to put into my search history. Oh, this was the people who made 13 Sentinels, isn't it? Vanillaware? Holy shit, the fucking cover of the game even looks exactly the fucking same. Oh. Let's be real, it probably also is. Yeah, Crimson did say something about that with Vanillaware. They tend to have some questionable decisions in their games. What was I up to in Ace Combat yesterday? I was finishing the game again. I love Ace Combat, man. Ace Combat's fantastic. It's not really a game you'd imagine me play. I love Ace Combat. Ace Combat's super fun. The only reason I haven't gone and played older/other Ace Combat games is because, as far as I can tell, none of them are on Steam. And I can't be asked to deal with the mild inconvenience of going back to older stuff. You can't be asked to even for Bloodborne, yeah. I mean, honestly, like, the main reason that I don't for Bloodborne is because, like, Bloodborne just... I have a PlayStation 4. It's upstairs. It's up there. It's probably vaguely above me. It just runs like dog shit. Like, when you're actually in the game and you're playing it, it's great. But anytime you have to load anywhere, it's a miserable experience. One sec, yep. Dragon's Crown is a PS Vita classic they developed, had large bazongas, so yeah. Shared your opinion on a Facebook group? Never again, never again. I mean, it is Facebook, so. No, I also played Project Redman. I played Project Wingman specifically because Ace Combat 7 was so fun. Rumors will suggest. Fuck off. The last Ace Combat game was 2007 before Ace Combat. Jesus. And it's on Xbox 360. Is it even on PC? No, it's on Xbox 360. Cool. So I'm fucked. You You slotted in attack up small? Hell yeah. Nice one. People act like you kicked their dog in the teeth. That's the internet, Zale. You could have actually done that and they'd care less. That is honestly probably sadly true. Oh, it's in here. Hi. A quality one? Yes, good. I also actually need frenzy crystals. I think you meant to refer to meta just now. No, the thing is still called Facebook. The company is Meta, right? But the website is still Facebook. If I'm not mistaken. But what do you need frenzy crystals? Polishing. Didn't they want to pull an X? I believe the service is still called Facebook, but the company is no longer called the Facebook company, they're called Meta. To my understanding. Not sure if Chisel is lagging? Or distracted. Distracted, okay, good, good. That is preferable. You wouldn't know. I don't know. I mean, they did that before Elon Musk pushed his fetish of the letter X to even more of a wider known platform, right? At least I think so. You just call it X Twitter now. I just still call it Twitter, because if you just say X, people don't necessarily know what you're going on about. If you say Twitter, people know what you're talking about. Also, when you say, like, I posted a tweet on X, it sounds dumb. If you say I posted a tweet on Twitter, it sounds redundant, but it, like, makes sense. I suppose you probably wouldn't even say that you posted it. Just say I tweeted. What brand is my controller from again? Why does everyone have to ask me this? Every time? Game, sir. An excerpt on X. Before Musk pulled off the surely 60 hyper-intelligent out-of-this-world move. Smartest man in the Omniverse. Dude just has a fetish with the letter X. I don't know. That's all it is. Do you want to do yours? Do you want to do the Zenoga again, Zagando? Just an idea if I should post it ever. By the way, I was doing it, it'd be every 4 quests. Just so you know. Velocidrome also has dual blades, it does. That one might be better. Okie dokie. Gonna dive into the old Yakuza games, played and loved Like a Dragon. You're not huge on beat 'em ups, you want mature and adult-oriented cast and story to sink your teeth into. Not a terrible idea then. Not a terrible idea. The only thing with this one is you're less likely to get as many chances in the quest rewards at even rolling a relic. Which means you're obviously less likely to get the better one as well, right? Sure thing, Chisel. X is not too bad. You could have, yeah, whatever the fuck it is. I feel so sorry for that child, man. Like, you were already gonna kind of have a rough time with him being your dad in the first place. And then they pull that shit as well. Someone genuinely needs to ask that man what the fuck is up with the letter X, though. I really want to know. Like, why? Why the obsession with X? Kid? It's called, like, X whatever. You just typed... SpaceX, called Twitter X. Thankfully, PayPal isn't called PayX. Carla, do think you remember has more money at his disposal than anyone could even remotely conceive. And his shitty dad is too self-centered to even want to be around him. That's what I mean, though, right? That's honestly, like, worse. You grow up in a situation in which you essentially don't have a dad, and your entire perspective of the world is just completely fucked. Because you have money your entire, like, child life. Right up until his dad dies, and then all of his money is, like, turned into paper bills and shot into the sun because of some stupid publicity stunt after his death or something. And then his kid is left with no dad. No childhood father. No money. Nothing. Still beats the usual single mother story, but fair enough, you guess? Yeah. Name of barbecue sauce so people can read it. Just like an actual, like, words. Maybe not barbecue sauce, that's still not fantastic, but just words. It's a good place to start with a name. Nice. At least people do say, man, I love barbecue sauce. I do like barbecue sauce. Not gonna lie. And then wants to spend time with you, you'd feel like a kind of a joke, yeah. Fair. It's just, it's so fucked, right? Would you like Velociprey claws? Or would you like Velociprey claws, but better? Am I gonna name my son Junior Hoaxer? 1, I don't know if I'm ever gonna have a child. 2, if I do, it might not be a son. 3, no. Because I'm not a fucking narcissist. You have the max stack of fire rate up to 200%. Nice one. That does seem like a good place to win from, as long as you don't do something catastrophic because you get overconfident. good time to leave the gathering hub there. That was perfect. Red for days. I don't want red for days. You essentially have a rapid-fire shotgun with a shield that you can open while firing. It's pretty good, yeah. Pretty good. This quest is unfortunately a tough one. And I didn't get a single blue spot. Best quest to give me actual rewards from the rewards, though, out of all the ones I've got. Or at least best chance. As far as I'm aware. I'm liking that this one is still uncharged. This is a freaking phenomenal start to the Zenogo. Right now, this is top notch. No charge up. His tail is heavily injured. Might even potentially come off before he gets charged. There it is. Good. Good. Very unfortunate head brake timing again. That's twice that's happened now. Oh god, Chisels. Chisels getting beat the fuck up. But Ogre is not feeling particularly kind. I can heal here. It's a fine time for me to heal. Sharpen, sorry. It's going to be really interesting to look at the guild card after this run. and see the absolute disparity between monsters that are available in expeditions in the Guiding Lands, Guild Quests, and the ones that are not. Because I think it's going to be significant. Especially Guild Quest monsters. The Velociraptor genocide I've committed. I don't know how many I've killed so far, actually. I've not looked. I'm kind of tempted to not look until I've completed the game. It's gotta be at least 50. Another Jasper, cool. Cool. Very nice. 2 Jaspers from carving Zinogre himself already. Just gonna run to the loo for a second, be right back. Hello, I'm back. God damn it, 2 battered. I actually got a season. That's my first one of today. Oh. It doesn't have a ton of blue, but that's pretty good. 170 good green. It's a dual blade with no element though. Damn, you're really tempted to make me sell them right now. You won't, coward. Feral Demon Mode. No, this isn't right. I used Feral Demon Mode regardless. I just thought it was better than the other one. Like, it felt nicer. Avarice is the luck and capture go combo skill. Don't I have another one? On low rank armor, yes. But it's a +2. The one I've got in this is Ferocity. You've only got 3 more days to abuse that privilege, Chisel. Is that bloated sword and shield value? It's gotta be, because it's it's still pretty good though. It's not fantastic, but it's a decent high rank relic. It's probably about as good as you could expect to get from a high rank relic. Also, the absolute piss take that you managed to get a seasoned weapon before Sagando that's any good is absolutely unreasonable. Is there even one that can spawn up here? You sold it? I mean, you don't need it, do you? You're on your main. There's a mining point that could appear there. And I think all... I don't know if all the mining points that could appear are interchangeable rarity-wise. I don't think it's worth running for it. Rubbing salt in the wound is always delightful. Chisel the evil person. Just for the animation. The animation does damage as well, right? I really enjoyed that about it. Affinity is really good, though. 15 Affinity is really good. Also, what quest did I get that from? Zenoga. Which means if I want to use them, I have to beat the Zenoga again solo. After the grind here. Honestly, unless I get something else from that Zenoga quest, might not even be worth attempting to do. I just got fucking flinched out of the area. All of us did somehow. Get away. What was that? Oh, only 3 more days until the Monster Hunter March shenanigans are revealed. And I find out how screwed I am. It's going to be interesting. Going to be interesting. Shenanigans, huh? Of course shenanigans. Always shenanigans. You think I'm gonna do a Monster Hunter March or a Super Stream September without some shenanigans? There's gotta be shenanigans. Hello, Dawn. Welcome. How be thee? Just another battered. As is expected. Not worth it. No flying live in February? No. No, thank you. Any good stuff? I have a pair of dual blades that are good. However, they came from the Zenoga quest. And I don't know if attempting to solo that Zenoga quest is worth the dual blades. These being the dual blades. Compared to this. Right? It's a pretty large downgrade in terms of sharpness. The affinity's really good though. I think Zenoga was chest. I'm not entirely sure. Nice, Tommy. Put weight into 0. Oh. Oh no. That's what's been available. Pardon. Think you failed the Spetsy Purity chest. What it's gonna do, Tomoro, is immediately make Chisel be like, you don't like it? It's because it's 0. It's because you got the 0 one. It's not as good. If you don't like it. Did I see your redeem? I did. Thank you, Mace. However, if I can't do that Zenoga quest, I don't technically own those dual blades yet, so I can't necessarily do it for you. Depending on how much more that Zenoga quest gets leveled up. I will obviously try my best to do it, but yeah. Should you track down non-zero Spetsy, get it, and then say 0 is better? Yes, Commie, you should. Yes, Commie. Yeah, I will try and keep that Zenoga quest space. I will try and like do it. But if I just straight up can't, then I'll let your dual blade request sit in the queue for a while. You know, potentially until the end of the challenge run. That sucks. This is the high rank Haku Komaru indeedy. The real shit quest to be playing Lance on right now. Minus 5,000 points. Shake my head, not my streamer. I mean, he'll get the points back if it doesn't get used in the challenge run. What Lance is that? Higher Waffle? It's a Relic Lance. High rank Relic. Fancy, it's irritating, quite frankly. I always refund people their channel points. Even when they do meme requests, I refund them their channel points. Nothing up there for me. Sorry, I'm just responding to questions and telling my wonderful human being of a partner that I love them. It's 0 relics. Oh. It's a nice Lance, big flag barrier vibes. It seems like a normal, like, it's ridiculously massive. I really need these quests to give me the shit I want. Please stop screwing me over. Reminds you of goofy ass long jewel blades in Frontier. That's fair. That's fair. It's a cool flag. It is a cool flag. The cool flag, I have to agree. I do. The color of the flag is very visually appealing, and I enjoy the gradient as well. Gradient is nice. I like that. I like that a lot. It's the Kimura fag. He's a closet Rise lover. I love Rise so much, I don't even have it installed. That's the 4th time in 7 runs you've done that exact floor and it still sucks ass. Yeah, they didn't really seem to get the roguelike bit down of that expansion very well, to me. Like, it doesn't seem very roguey in terms of its, roguelite, I suppose, since it has permanent progression. Seems to have a significant amount of repetition on certain aspects. Rogue Slight would have been a much better name than Roguelite. I like that. What are the other Relic weapons like? Well, this isn't the only Relic Lance skin. There's like a whole bunch of options. The only real other weapon I have at the moment is Dual Blades in high rank. But I technically don't even really have that yet. Sagando has one on right now, which is a low rank longsword relic, which is the Rhine Blade. From, I think, G rank? So that's just otherwise a normal weapon skin, right? In low rank for Hunting Horn, I had the Basirios Rock Hunting Horn. And then there's a whole bunch of, like, weapons that don't exist anymore as well. Don't exist anymore? Why? Oh, as in, like, they don't exist anymore in the franchise, basically. Like, they're weapons that used to exist in previous games, weapon skins, and then just got removed because they either weren't relevant or, like, the monster isn't in this game anymore or something like that, right? I think there's a longsword from Freedom Unite that I don't know if that weapon skin exists anywhere outside of Freedom Unite and the Relic in this game. Not entire weapons, sorry, that's my bad. Get the feeling the floors aren't randomly generated? You think they're all pre-made? I mean, that's usually the case, right? It's just a whole bunch of tiles. Like, usually the floor is maybe randomized to some extent. But it will have, like, a certain grid that it's locked within or something like that. And then within that, you have a whole bunch of tiles which are randomly, not randomly, but they're, like, presets. And then it randomly picks them and just slots them all together. All battered. Can we all praise the weekend real quick? No? You gonna cry? Still nothing. Yeah, we gotta get these quests up to disgustingly high leveled before we can actually get, like, consistent stuff. The good news, Sagando, is that quest is now level 53. Which, by what Komuro said, we only need to get that quest, like, 10 more levels. And then you'll have a higher chance. You think they made loads of map to fit the combos of the free variants of map? Right. That is a low rank relic. Oh no, that is high rank actually. It's just got dog shit defense. Jizzle. That's terrible. $51 is one of the thresholds to hit relic chances in favor of high rank relics, depending on the monster. It's a Velocidrome. So, no. I don't think so. I would guess 51 is not the case for Velocidrome or Basirios. It's probably the threshold for only monsters that I cannot do at this current moment in time. Based on what you said before, it was for like Rajang and Deviljho, which aren't even doable, so it's not the threshold on a actual level. It's probably the case with the Elder Dragons as well, which like also are not doable, so. 'Tis not true. In actuality. Not even sure if you can get Rajang Pickle below 51. Probably not. Honestly. You got 10 rations! Game's telling you don't need to heal against Basirios. You got the topography, layout, difficulty, and the objective, right? Oh, right, yeah, this one is not worth coming into. So it's essentially just this area and the one before it. On this Basirios one. Which is not a lot. Thanks, Basirios. Come back in the area and he immediately farts on me. Appreciate it, buddy. You prick. Serious time to rock. And unfortunately not that one. Actually, fortunately not that one. He telegraphs his moves so much. He really does, yeah. It makes him very kind of chill to fight in a way. Only problem is if you're in a situation like Sagando's in right now, I don't think Sagando has blue sharpness. So this just sucks. really like the Everwood music. Even if it does get a bit tiring after a while. When you're doing a challenge like this. Don't know if the game was necessarily designed with you doing Everwood this much in a row. In mind. For Everwood, you should go to a doctor. At the earliest opportunity. Nice one. All in the head there. He's gone. We're not catching him once he does that. He is gone. Ow. That hurts, please. Nice. Good stuff. Good stuff. Hello, 4180. It's going alright, thank you. How's it going for you? I am starting to feel the true horror of this run and how long it's gonna take. Oh, a seasoned weapon. Good thing I need armor. It's not even that good. It started to settle in, yeah? Yeah, it is. Based on the fact that I've not had a single piece of seasoned armor in 2 hours. Sagando's not even getting any seasoned weapons. So, yeah, it's kind of rough. Yeah, I've just asked them in the Citra thing. They reacted incredibly exactly as I would expect any 4U player to react, unfortunately. I don't even blame them for it. It's just so... It's so what 4U is at this point. Only 136 plus relics are worth it, is what they said. Thank you. They are switching down to the high rank gear though, which I appreciate. You have a Ruby Basarios if you're interested. Depends what biases it is. Dizzle. Not even a chance for a roll. Yep. Not even the chance for a single seasoned armor roll so far. Not even one. And the upgrade I got to my chest piece is a battered piece. So it's not like I've even got high rank chest armor all of a sudden. It's still low rank. It's just less shitty. Big just one more pool energy. Oh god, just exhausting. Just exhaustion energy. How about that instead? I bought one of your kind today? What does that mean? That's concerning. You got a protractor? Oh, cool. Man, it's been a long time. Since I've heard the word protractor. It's been a long time. Got the last ship you want? Nice. Got a precision knife thingy for craft stuff today and saw the 180 staring at you. I genuinely am amazed that you did not already have a protractor cover. I am beyond surprised that you didn't have one. That's the exact type of thing that I would expect you to have like 6 of. No, we lost again though. Oh no, we lost Chisel. I think we lost Citra. Yup. Connection to room lost. And it's just in the middle of my screen right now. I should really heal. Please get out of the way. You're doing the opposite of this run? No relics, basically? I mean, honestly, that's the way I normally play through the game. The relics just, like... The amount of time you have to put in compared to what you get out from them is just not worth it at all. Pub 1 is still free, Chisel. The person who's in there is the person that was there before. You can't join one because your username's still in there. It's gone now, so you might be able to. Hey, Littlest. Welcome. Relic's just an endgame system, really, if you can be bothered. Yeah. It's kind of like... Relic weapons would be good as an alternative if they took, like, 1/10 of the time it takes to get them otherwise. Basically. Like, I don't know how long Sagando's been in high rank on their save, but we've been playing together in multiplayer for at least... I mean, this is the Velocitrone quest, so yeah. I can definitely do this one. 5 hours, and they don't have a single high rank relic. They don't even have one. You can see 3 hubs. I'm gonna put up this one again. There you go. The word battered is gonna haunt you. You're gonna get 1 seasoned relic and you're gonna literally scream in joy. Oh, Comero, no. No. What was that Velocidrome quest? Was that the head one? I'm not sure. I think it's the head one, so I'm gonna put it there. It is? Cool, thank you. Well, sign up for the guild quest. Is it HR5? I don't know if Ruby requires you to be HR6. Otherwise, that is an ARMS alternative. You don't know. You can look at it in your menu. If you scroll through the pages on the guild quest, it tells you what HR requirement is. HR5 and up. It's probably preferable to the one I've got, because the one I've got is... I think ARMS might be the Kutku, although quest variety... I don't know. You haven't had battered sausage in so long that you're hungry. I don't know if I've ever had battered sausage. If I have, it's not in my living memory, at least. That might be when I was, like, young enough that I don't remember it at all anymore. I've never had toad in a hole. What the heck is up with that food name? What, Toad in a Hole? We just like calling our foods weird shit. I don't know what to tell you. You're not a big fan of fish, so it's what you always get the chippy, but it's been over 10 years now. That's fair. I get that. I normally tend to get myself a, I'll get myself a Savoy or a burger when I go to the chippy. Not necessarily a massive fan of battered stuff, to be honest. Otherwise, I really like fish. Salmon is delicious. I really don't know what fish it was that I had one time. It was fucking amazing. It might have been like sea bass or something. I don't know. I'm not a fan of the Scottish way deep fried Mars bar. I've never had one of those. If I lead a good and civil life, I will never have to have one of those. If I commit a heinous crime, that will be my punishment. Have I ever had a snapper? I assume that is a type of fish? No. I'm pretty sure it was sea bass. I've had cod, I've had sea bass. I've had salmon. Is there something else I've had? There's another one, but I don't know the name. I like fish. Fish is good. Tuna? Oh yeah, tuna, obviously. I have not had tuna in any way other than tuna chunks, though. So I don't know if I've really had tuna. Fish over pork for you? 100%. Agreed. I never really got pork. Like, it's alright. Let's not forget the mystery fish that's fried at random stalls. Komaro? Huh? Cream dory, I've never even heard of. That sounds like a alter name for a certain type of profession, to be honest. You love shellfish? Isn't shellfish... Is shellfish dangerous? I think it is, right? One of those ones that if you don't prepare it correctly, you, like, fucking die. Or is it not that one? I know pufferfish is. For some reason, my brain wants shellfish to be as well. Some are? Okay, cool. Never had it. Seafood is one of those things that I would like to try more of, other than sushi. I tried it once, and now it was thoroughly meh. Now I cannot escape the mental hurdle anymore of, this is raw food. You say that, but then there's chicken, and most people eat that. I think the difference is 180 though, right? It's like if you cook chicken, if you cook the meat of the chicken, I think you're just alright, yeah? Like if you cook it enough, obviously. You can cook some stuff, certain things, you cook the meat of them, it looks alright, you think you're alright, and then you just die. I think is the difference. You know, if you're chilling away, cooking your shellfish, it looks all good, you eat it, you die. You prefer burb and fish over pork and beef? Agreed. Japan is great sushi, but not luxury prices, but I don't think I'd go... Don't think you'd go to Japan for great sushi, though. Seasoned. It's shit. This is a high rank armor piece, so you yanking my... Oh, damn it. I don't want to go to Japan, man. Japan seems fucking scary. To me. Why scary? Because it's relatively well known that they are not that welcoming of foreigners. I think it's also seemingly well known that they are not very welcoming towards tourists. And also, they are legally allowed to hold you in prison for 21 days with absolutely no reason to hold you in prison. They can just do it. If they even slightly suspect that you've been mildly involved in any crime, they can hold you there for 3 weeks. Just because. I don't want to be, like, adjacent to a crime that gets committed and then get stuck in a foreign country for most of my fucking life. Because I'm being emotionally tortured and then I'm just like, please let me go. Because that's what they do. Oh, also some shit of like they don't even need to record what goes on in interrogation rooms for it to be admissible as evidence. Or some crap. Shit is scary. In Tokyo, through the years, they've come more tolerable, but still is Japan, to be fair. Hey, Hedgie. Because people Elden Ring, YouTube. Yes. You'd like to see the landscapes of Japan? That's fair. It does look pretty. It's hard for me to be like, to make the mental decision of essentially, do you want to go to a country badly enough where you know that you're actively going to be discriminated against? Like, do you voluntarily sign up for racism? Somali streamer? I don't know about this. What did they do? As long as you're decent and aware you're Gucci, yeah. It's just not worth it, though, to me. One of the highest conviction rates, because they essentially just harass someone they have in custody to confession, regardless of if they're guilty or not. Yep. You always smack if you hear about weebs who want to go to Japan because they'd be accepted there, yeah. Whereas, like, the actual hardcore version of what people semi-idolize in terms of weebs, which is, like, what they called? Hikokomori? Hikokomori? People who just don't leave the rooms are treated like scum. Is another one done? How many you got left to do, Mace? Can't be many now. Considering Japan's work ethic, yeah. Which is predatory as well. Oh, it's actually frenzying. Good, I need frenzy crystals. Whereas the way of resolving things as soon as possible, just a bit done with it. You know, when you're like, I'm sure most of them are lovely, right? They probably treat people quite nicely. The landscape is really, like, lovely. Except a lot of it has been, like, over tourist attractions. To the point where it's, like, not necessarily very nice anymore. I believe... Oh, well, there you go. Mount Fuji's like that. Like, historically, it's incredibly interesting. I don't need to go there for that. I'm not that interested. Every country's shitty in their own way. Oh, 100%. Yeah. Absolutely. Let's just have a look, shall we? Let's go with the capitals. So, London to Tokyo flights. It costs, at the cheapest that I can find, £540 for a round trip, which honestly isn't terrible considering. And takes you 20 hours. It's just not worth it, right? That's just not worth it. That's 20 hours one way as well. So it's a 40-hour trip. Just flights alone. You'd have to actually have a reason, in my mind. You'd have to actually have a reason to go, or something to like for why you'd go there. Thank you, Chisel. I forgot about that. Does ruin my nice order of things, unfortunately. $40 hours of 4U on your 3DS? I don't want to play 4U on my 3DS, I want to play 4U on my computer. 40 hours to play 4U and then sleep the entire time in Japan, yeah. Is the no-go quest? I've been doing it. I've been doing it. You can tell the Weeb's Japan is great. Never left my room, though. Pets are nice, is all I can say. I mean, at this point, Weeb means nothing, right? Weeb essentially just means someone who has watched something probably like that's even Asian in its own language with subtitles. Right? The word has lost all sense of meaning. Hey, Franny. This Armored Core mod looks kind of weird. I don't like Armored Core that much. Who's going to Japan or in Japan? No one. Well, at least I'm not. Been a while in it. It has been a hot moment. Yeah, how you doing? Last time you observed, I was doing Armored Core. To be fair, that could have been as soon as this Monday. But yeah, I think it was the Monday before, right? Last Monday? No, we were just talking about sushi, Frenchie, which I don't really want, but someone said about sushi being good and not necessarily extortionately expensive in Japan. Weeb for some and the rest have replaced the term nerd, loser, and derogatory. Yeah, terms like that. Yeah, exactly. You've never had sushi and you don't want to. I had it once, and it was incredibly, like, texturally horrible. And taste-wise was thoroughly just like, yes. This tastes like nothing. Doing pretty well. Good. Hope I'm doing well as well. I am. Yes. I have a week off next week. And then we're into Monster Hunter March. Hope I enjoy it. I both will and won't. What is Monster Hunter March? So, at the moment, I play non-Monster Hunter stuff 3 days a week, and Monster Hunter stuff 3 days a week. Well, sort of. Yeah, no, I do. I play non-Monster Hunter 3 days a week and Monster Hunter 3 days a week. Basically. Monster Hunter March is entirely Monster Hunter. The whole month is just Monster Hunter streams. And usually there's some, like, incentive to provide me with money. Basically, it's the 2 times a year, one of 2 months a year where I actively go, hey, please give money. Chat's gonna pay me, yeah. So last year was where all the challenge runs got put into the queue, Frenchie, and I was planning on doing that every single year. Until 180 or however many it was challenge runs got into the queue. And now I'm in hell. So this year I've made it different. It's something different this year instead. Dug my own grave? How did I dig my own grave? How am I possibly meant to expect that someone is going to give me £1,000 worth of bits in one singular instance. Dig my own grave, my butt. You would have refunded him? Nah, I need that money, man. I'm really thankful that I did it. I'm really thankful that I did it. I'm just going to be doing challenge runs for a long time, that's all. I tell you what, a little preemptive little bit of information right now. Little sneak peek at next year. Next year at Monster Hunter March. There's a stretch goal that will be interesting. Please give money for Japan trip. No, I do not want to go to Japan. I will be very happy if I never go to Japan in my entire life. In fact, I will probably be happier if I don't. Because, fuck a 20-hour plane ride. Quite frankly, no. Skill issue? It's always a skill issue around here for Lady. For 180. It's always a skill issue. Without fail. That's the first ship you really want? Nice, good. Before the huge money dump, did I not gift tons of subs? He gifted a lot, yeah. But at that point, it was only up to like, not only. It was up to like 400, 300 or something. Which was a ton, but like, it's within the realm of reasonable existence. To drop like 1,000 in one go. Like literally 10,000 bits. Or however many, 100,000 bits, however much it is. That's kind of nuts. 400 subs, you don't expect to drop 1,000. 400 subs over the course of up until that point, like a year and a half, Frenchie. No, I did not expect them to drop 1,000 in one go. In one day, might I add. Am I planning on working more on my YouTube, or am I a live kind of guy? I don't edit. I don't have the temperament for it. I don't even know how to do it in the first place, to be honest. I wouldn't mind there being something for the sake of, like, better stuff on the YouTube channel more than just VODs. But it won't be me that does it. If it ever comes into fruition. Because I do also want to maintain some level of, like... Maybe this is dumb of me to attempt to do, right, while doing a non-standard job, shall we say. I want to maintain some level of, like, sanity. And I stream, what, 6 days a week? I stream for 42 hours a week already, which is more than... more than your typical office work week would be. Where do you live again? England. Somewhere in the UK specifically that's classified. Exactly. Comrade gets it. I live in England. Not a 20-hour flight. The cheapest flight I could find had so many stop-offs and like layovers and stuff that it was a 20-hour one-way flight. Just London to Tokyo is what I did. Capital to capital, right? Spools are account items? Yes, spools are account items. Found a non-stop for $589 and 13 hours. Wild. I did only look at the like quickest results because it was in the middle of the stream. Still, I stand by my point. Fuck a 13-hour flight. Just sleep? I can't sleep for 13 hours. Especially not on an airplane. I've never tried. I've flown to Sweden shitloads of times. And I've never managed to fall asleep for more than half an hour. Because I always get woken up by the noise of the plane. Take some... I have no idea what that is. I'm not taking drugs that I don't need to take to go on a flight that I don't want to go on. To a country I don't want to go to. Especially your drugs you're not familiar with, don't know how you stomach them, yeah. Doesn't seem like a good idea. That's for certain. Thank you. Battered, battered, battered. Baked sushi is a thing? The fuck is baked sushi? just explaining the Relic run to the extra person who's in the lobby. Poor Chisel. It's business. Some people turn to that because they don't eat raw fish. I know sushi doesn't have to be specifically fish. Is sushi always raw, though? Or not? In a traditional sense? I'm just wondering, because, like, from a... I suppose it's not, right? There isn't... In Dave the Diver, this is my world experience for you. Do they don't... No, do they fry stuff in that? That's all I know about, is Dave the Diver. That's my entire experience with sushi. And the one time I had it in real life. Egg sushi's not raw. The rice is also not raw. Yeah. The core ingredient, though, as it were. Potentially, right? Some sushi involves blowtorching the top. Doesn't necessarily feel like it's potentially sushi though anymore. At that point, you just undercooked fish or whatever. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a chef. Nor am I a cook. By the way, raw stuff, raw egg on beef bowls and stuff. Dude, what about it? I know it's done, but I don't know what it is. Spam musabi is a thing in Hawaii. It's not sushi, but it has some Japanese influence, yeah. Kind of weirding you out, completely raw egg, yeah. I mean, that's the same with sushi to me. Like, it weirds me out. It's just raw. The whole point is that it's safe. That's why, right? They get trained relatively extensively, hopefully, so that the food is safe. And the reason we started cooking, like, meat and stuff is because it wasn't safe to eat. But I'm still like, nah, man. I don't like the texture of raw meat either. Like when I was doing the burgers the other day. Are you kidding me? Fucking like even touching the burgers. Ugh. It was not nice. It was not nice. Especially since I put an egg in that fucker as well, so it was just like... It was so slimy and horrible. I can't even imagine something like that being in my mouth, man. It's disgusting. Battered. Nothing but battered. Salmonella outbreaks. Red tides? What is that? It just sounds like someone who doesn't want to talk about a period without giving it an alternate name. You got a seasoned weapon, but it's not good. God damn it. You think it helps if I trust my local farms, restaurant, cafes, groceries, / food safety? I don't trust anyone in this fucking country. Red tide is toxic algae that affects the sea. Neat. Probably smart. I'm not trusting people in the UK, man. Like, I say it as a joke, but also from a genuine standpoint, like, there is such a massive problem with the culture in the UK being, it's not my problem, I don't care. So, like, they don't give a shit, right? And as soon as they did poison someone, and they had, like, the food agency on their fucking ass for their restaurant or whatever, right? Then they'd be, like, crying about it and really upset, and, like, it's the most terrible thing that's ever happened to them. And they wouldn't give a shit about the fact that they've hospitalized, like, 20 people with bad food. They'd only start caring the second that it came back on them. Culturally an issue that we have. And I will be very happy when I can leave. Most you could trust is if you splurge money, which is not the best way to spend money, yeah. Exactly. Have to go splurge a shitload of money. Once again, to have something that I'm not really even that interested in having. Because while it is a cultural thing, right? I don't really want to think about, like, eating raw stuff. They get a lot of people that take pride in quality anymore. Not over here, no. Just move to Germany for better or for worse. Why would I move to Germany and not Sweden? Just randomly be like, hey, fuck it, Germany now. The partner's from Sweden, I know a little bit of Swedish. Hey! I know it was a pun. There's a place up the town near where I live that sells some German sausage. Like a hot dog stand type thing. And every time I go past it, I'm like, huh. And then never get it. Hey, Krimi. Welcome. Damn right it is. How you doing? Move to Berlin if you like parties. Okay. No. Thank you. Literally one of the only things I know about Berlin is that both times my friend has gone there, he has been harassed by political supporters that are actually people just trying to, like, scam people. Both times. He's been twice, and it happened both times. So if you mean that type of party, I'm not interested in that either. So you guys don't really seem to have the whole, like, internet situation sort of figured out at all, so... Nope. I need that. Berlin internet is shit. It kind of seems like German internet is shit. Not just Berlin. That's a low blow. What? The internet's bad in Germany? Of the people we have just in this chat, which is surprisingly German, Ein couldn't even hear that I just said that the internet in German's bad because he's lagging so fucking much. I think I'm relatively justified. You just know Germany is one of the countries where it's not illegal to escape from prison. You know, I must admit, until this point in my life, I've never thought about the legality of escaping from prison. German. Escape from prison. In Germany and a number of other countries, it is considered human nature to want to escape from prison, and it is considered a violation of the right of freedom. The escape, it is not penalized in of itself. In the absence of other factors, such as violence, threats of violence, actual violence, or property damage. So they'll still put you back in prison. It's my understanding of that. They won't just, like... You know, if you've killed someone, they're still gonna be like, hey, you killed someone? Back in, right? They're not just gonna be like, well... killed 20 dudes, but he got out, so... Oh yeah, fuck it. Like, fair play? Just go... You want to go to Berlin just for the esports? Is there a lot of esports in Berlin? It is a capital, so that would make sense to me. Just what did you come back to? It's apparently not illegal to try and escape prison in Germany. I didn't realize it was illegal to try and escape prison anywhere because I'd never thought about it before, but it makes some degree of sense. It's impossible to escape without not committing a crime. I mean, that's not true, Mace. If someone else commits the crime and then you see a big old empty hole in the fence and you just leg it, right? You haven't committed a crime in that instance. Or if one of the guards is a dummy and like feels bad for you and like just lets you walk out, you haven't committed a crime. If you somehow just find a way to just walk out as well, like... Won't just USA the shit out of you if you escape. Yeah, thankfully a lot of places don't do that. If you don't commit any more crimes, your sentence would have been up anyway. You're safe, right? I would have thought they'd put you back in for the amount of time that you were not in prison for, right? Like, let's say you got sentenced to 10 years. You escaped 5 years in. And then they caught you 20 years later. It might be a bit extreme. I assume they'd pop you in for 5 years again, right? But you still did something in the first place. Escaping crimes wouldn't add. Yeah, exactly. You won't have served the punishment. That's the way I would read it. There'd be a statute of limitation on it or something. It depends, because if it's a constantly open arrest, right? If you have an active warrant out for your arrest, those tend to stick around for, like, until it is no longer reasonable that the person could be alive anymore. I think someone in Mexico, didn't you think they put together an elaborate scheme to get out of prison without committing any extra crimes? That's amazing. Statute is how long after the act you can be prosecuted. If you've already been sentenced, that didn't expire. Huh. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how that works in that instance then. If you are benched / still under contract but inactive, you get paid because of the German labor laws. Oh, that's nice. Who pays them? Did the company have to pay them, or does the German government pay them? Allow pull of the cap to see the tip picture, so this one has a nice weight and balance. So you just spin it around your flow without no restriction. Exacto knifers, yeah. The team they signed are obligated to pay them. Okay, cool. That's neat. The first person to live to 150 is alive. They're hiding because they escaped to German prison 90 years ago, yeah. That's really cool, though. I like that. That's good. Good lord. Can definitely agree with the logic behind it. People would naturally seek freedom, yeah. I meant the German labor law, right? Prison law, right? Whatever. It makes sense that people won't want to be imprisoned. Makes a ton of sense. And if you do essentially manage to commit like a victimless escape, I think if they catch you, just popping you back in for the same amount of remaining time makes a lot of sense, right? Many esports teams from EU or whatever that is are based in Germany. Cool. I did not know that, but very cool. I have the feeling you'll do it again without realizing it. Yeah, probably. Muscle memory likes to kick in like that. It's kind of funny. I'm on the prison thing. And one of the ways that it says, like, you know, it's got a list of methods of escape from prisons. And one of them is just failure to return. We let them go on the expectation that they would return on an honor-based system, and they just didn't. I mean, yeah, fair. They just didn't. I guess they have escaped. That is true. Ish. Just be like, I'm not spending my 20s in prison, I'll serve a sentence in 40 years, see you, chump. Maybe you should stick to making precision cuts for your carpet knife, you know, through mats and right into the wooden table. It's shearing off parts of your roller. No! Hopefully no one wanted to join. Nobody verbally mentioned it at the very least, Chisel. Neat. Very neat. I did not know about that. I've learned something interesting today. Thank you. Thank you. That's a cool thing to learn. I appreciate the share of knowledge. EMEA is Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Right, okay. I've never seen the acronym before. Does this make sense? Sorry to the one who maybe wanted to try but gave up without mentioning it, yeah. Saw it was full and then just left. And oh. Battered! It's not worth checking the final area, unfortunately. I have not got a single piece of high rank armor that is usable yet. Am I familiar with the Brewdog pub? No. I'm not. I am the wrong person to ask about pubs. I don't drink alcohol. Don't know if that's relevant in this particular instance, but... It's more like a gastropub. You saw the food, they look good. Is it in London? All pubs are kind of have to serve food now, to be honest. There's very few pubs that just serve alcohol. They exist, but there's not many of them. They have branches? Oh, okay. Never heard of them. Not sure if they're outside London. A lot of stuff isn't. Or if it is, it would be in, like, other major cities across the country. I tend to stay away from cities if possible. Pub foods generally seems to be catered to drunk people. Yes, it is. It tends to be like greasy and like the type of stuff that's just really quick to cook and is warm. Something like that. It's hot and it's ready, yeah, exactly. You do like to go out for food though with the mates, so that's you. I have one singular friend left who lives in the close proximity to me. Everyone else is an online friend. And the majority of them live in different countries. So, you know, pop into the pub and having a drink isn't necessarily an option. And the two of us would probably much rather stay at home and, like, order some food and just play board games all day anyway than go out. They got steaks, burgers, Sunday roasts, and brewdogs, so maybe a bit less like the others. Burgers are pretty normal, but depending on what they look like, they might be proper burgers. Brewdog! They're a craft brewery, is what they actually are. UK. Oh, actually in quite a lot of places. Oh. They're actually in a fuckload of places, Jesus. A 2-slot waste, hey, nice. How's the defense on it? It seems like you can't just check what food they have. Without. Am I doing this wrong? They don't just have like a menu. Good luck farming a weapon suitable for me to defeat Gog. Oh yeah, it's gonna suck. It's gonna suck big time. Maybe it's because you're not from the UK, you're interested in the vibe, yeah. That's fair. I have this image burned both into my brain and into my nostrils. And into my ears. Of what pubs sound, smell, and look like. And unless you're going to some swanky ass fancy place in London or in a like major town or that's like incredibly fucking expensive, it's not nice. In my opinion. The smell of alcohol makes me like gag as well. Which doesn't help. I don't even know who Liam Gallagher is. "51-year-old. Singer. Okay. You love when Top Gear filmed and talked with random people in a pub. Their English was just complete gibberish, like so insane accent you couldn't understand a single word. I might be able to understand it, I don't know. A lot of alcohol, especially cheap ones, smell bad, but a lot of alcohol drinkers smell bad after or even before they get drunk. Yeah. The smell of pubs. It's, it's not great. I watched Liam Gallagher interview. His accent is very English. He's a Manc, so yeah, he's probably Mancunian. He's got a Mancunian accent. It says over here he's from Manchester. I know what the Manc accent sounds like. It's understandable. Apparently getting shit because he said he would play Glastonbury. Or would tease playing Glastonbury, but he's not actually playing Glastonbury. There you go. Bit of a die-hard stereotypical in that way. Or a bit of a stereotypical, sorry. The die-hard fan of Man City, drinks lager, and has dry humor, right? I mean, the dry humor thing is not just Manchester, it's like the north, right? It's actually relatively common in all of England, but especially in the north. They have very dry humor. Good singer though, so fair play. I mean, I don't know why that seemingly alleviates him being Manculian, but it's allowed to be Mag. Insane accents and slowing of language is kind of universal. Yep. I should really just leave a Google tab open at all times. The amount of stuff I Google every stream is too high. Like a true test if you've actually learned the language. Exposure to accents like that. It's not necessarily how good you've learned the language as much as it is just like how much have you been exposed to that accent, right? And how heavy is it as well? Because I've, like, been born in England, raised in England. Been in England for every one of my... Well, I've been in England for 26 of my 28 years. 27 of my 28 years. And I can understand most of the accents, but when people have got a really heavy accent, it's like, and especially one of the really heavy ones who like slur or maybe mumble a lot, and it's just like, yeah, you're not even saying words. You're just making vague noises at me and expecting me to understand. In your case, accents of your language are not really difficult to understand yet. I think it's very dependent on language as well. Isn't an accent and a dialect kind of very similar? Yeah, that's just me being silly, but I thought they were a very similar thing. Enjoy the lurk, Cubby. It has been now 3.5 hours, and I do not have a single usable armor piece. In fact, I think I've only got 3 armor pieces. If even that. Accent is basically just a pronunciation. Right, okay. Oh, excellent. Yep. Relic run! This isn't even G rank yet. G rank is where this truly shines. Because I have to solo Gogmazios. I have to solo Gogmazios. That's going to be a wee bit difficult. Last quest for you. Sure thing, Chisel. Thank you for your help this time. What level is this Velocitron now, by the way? It is level 62. It might actually be having a favorable chance of giving us seasoned rather than batters now. Probably want a set that's not utter shit then? Yeah, that's the issue. I probably will want a set that's not shit. You're hopping in Sunbreak. Good luck, have fun. Thank you very much. Enjoy, Fango Ivan. Enjoy beating some anomalies. I can make the roller skates. Nope. That's not a relic. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do. If I could get a honed blade set, that would be amazing. The chances of that happening are incredibly low, but honed blade would be kind of amazingly. Canonically, it's not a relic. Canonically is irrelevant. It is not on the relic drop table. It is not a relic. It is a separate crafting recipe. Cannon's poopy anyway. Oh, it's frenzied. What level is the drone? 62. $140 incoming. I can't remember what the level is, but I think once they get to... Oh, what was it? 80 something? They become G rank and I won't be able to do them anymore. 92? Right. But then I'll have a G rank Velocitron quest to do the second I get into G. Woo! Yay. It's gonna take a while. It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot. Low rank was the easiest part of this run by a disproportionately large amount that I did not understand to begin with, but hey, here we are. There's more battered armor. Completely useless. Get the fuck out. The fun thing is that I have to solo them. When this doesn't work out, when I do all of these quests, and I eventually get some relics I need, I have to solo it. If I want to use those relics. So if this quest gets to like 1 before the G rank point and I get a good relic at that point, have to solo it. Because if it gets to the junior rank point, I can't do it anymore. And that's kind of an issue. That's kind of a problem. Lance is rapidly becoming my most used weapon. The difference in sharpness, whatever, is 5%. It's not that much. It's bouncing, though, right? It's bouncing, and it's... sweet spot damage, which is really fucking irritating to deal with. Because sweet spot damage sucks. And at that point, if you don't hit the sweet spot, it's like 90% damage, not... So then it's a 15% damage swing, right? Which is a lot. Hey, Loki! Been a little bit. How you doing? Good to see you. I've been doing good, thank you. Kill a spiky pigeon? What spiky pigeon do I need to kill for you? Depends on the weapon type. Yeah, some are disproportionately affected. That's a big ruby. That's practically a Gravios. Spiky pigeon is Ceregios. Oh man, I don't even have Ceregios unlocked. I'm way too low for that boy. You're doing alright? Good. Glad to hear it. I'm still in a high rank. Early high rank. Been playing Warframe. How do you feel about it? I've heard it's one of those games that people are like, I can't stop playing this, but I fucking hate it. You haven't failed a run since you beat one? That seems about right, yeah. You can drop rubies, you forgot about that? Yeah, that's his whole thing. Basically. That's his entire mechanic. Oh, nice one. It's really good, but complicated to get to as a new player. There's a lot to it. Cool. Is that Warframe that's in? I feel like I remember someone making like a custom map or something. And it's like an explanation of the story of how they got together with their wife. And it's like really sweet and nice, and they did it for their wife, apparently. And then it got updated at some point, and it's just like got capital bold letters all over the place, which just says my wife left me. I think that's Warframe. It might be something else. I don't know what that is, but it's the only thing I can pick up when I pick Warframe. It's funny, yeah, it's like sad funny. You're like, oh man. Also, like, that's kind of funny. Poor guy, but sorry. Oh, it's dead already. Jesus. And you think custom apps you hit Halo? You don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's really annoying because it kept coming up on my homepage on YouTube recently as well. Like, hey, you've watched this before, rewatch it, dummy. It is Warframe. Maybe it's not a custom map. Maybe I don't know that much about it, and it's just like someone spraying. I literally just searched Warframe. The video is called Warframe. My wife left YouTube. Sure thing, my dear. Status resistance? Nah, get out of here. I'm so sorry, Sagando, man. I'm so sorry, Sagando. I keep getting relic weapons and just selling them, and it's like 170 good green, a little bit of blue. Well, Sagando can't even get one decent seasoned weapon. I feel terrible. The rando is leaving as well. Shockingly not awful, yeah. However, look at this one. It's so good. It's been upgraded once. It was 170. I don't think I'm going to get a better weapon. I'm not even on the lookout for weapons. I genuinely just want one piece of like 30 defense, maybe 2 open slots or 2 filled slots armor across the board. You know, preferably higher like this. This one was also shorter than the one before. You're going quicker every time. Yep. You're getting the hang of it. Right? You understand it better. You've got more of a flow of how it goes. You spot flaws and you subconsciously already know to like a small degree. Enemies are going to be here, 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 and here. It's the roguelike. That's roguelites. That's roguelites. At least you got some good armor pieces, yeah. Yeah, we're getting what each other wants. You're actually up to more defense than me now, Sagando. And I ate for defense. I don't know if you did. Yeah, we both ate for defense. You've got 4 more defense than I do. I'm getting all of the offense, you're getting all of the defense. Today? Weird. At least you're getting some, right? I guess. Something small. Small kindness in the storm of horror. I should get all of these for this. No blue spot. This area could also have some blue spots. There's a blue spot. Not one back there, though. Yay, it's battered, which means it's useless. This is why I said this might end up taking longer than the Great Sword Collector's Challenge, by the way. Great Sword Collector's Challenge clocked in about 240 something hours, if I remember correctly. This might be longer. While I have received a mild upgrade today, I have not got a single of the things I wanted to get. Need to get some hand cream back here. I had some literal sandpaper again. Weather's been weird on that one. I was doing fine. Like, my hands aren't normally that big of an issue. Until it went, like, warm for a little bit, then cold, then warm, then cold again. And now I've got, like, dry skin and cracks in between all my, I don't know, my finger divots. If it stays warm or cold, your hands are fine, yeah. Body's basically just doing the equivalent of complaining, I guess. It's like, I don't like the temperature swings right now. I'm just gonna crack my little thingies. Gonna get all cracked up. Fuck you. It's like, it's not my fault. What if it has some sort of, like, purpose? This boy hits so goddamn hard. Thank you, by the way, Sagano, for once again torturing yourself to play long sessions of 4U with me, where both of us get fucked over by RNG. Apparently this is a duty you've signed yourself up for, at least this time and last time. You poor soul. Flee if you need to, I understand. Four consecutive clears are enough for today, yeah. How many do you need to do in total? Sorry? I think you said it earlier, but you said it in a way that kind of didn't explain to me how much you needed to do. And then it got lost in conversation before I had time to go back and understand it truly. Because you've done 5 now, right? Four? Oh, okay. You just said 4 today. Oh, 4 consecutive clears is enough for today. I assumed you meant 4 consecutive clears on this day. Alright. You have 7 more that you have, and you think there's 1 more in a locker somewhere, so you think you're 1/3 of the way there, right? Fair enough. I mean, if you're smashing through them like that, it's not necessarily that big of a deal, right? If you do 12 runs in a row and then complete them all, no issues. Sharpen again? It's pretty fun because most weapons become bonkers by the end, yeah. That's how any good run in a roguelike should go. If you do well and take appropriate risk when you're actually like good at the game, you take appropriate risks and get rewarded for it, you should be absolutely batshit by the end. Who was it that mentioned to finish Elden Ring for the DLC? For themselves, do you mean, Chisel? Dawn. But Dawn is waiting for their friend to get their hands on it as well. Which is why they haven't done it yet. Because they wanted to play through it with their friend. Why so? Wanted to ask how it's going. It's not, most likely. Nice. Without paying attention, you muscle memory your way into another run. And you don't want to quit it, presumably, because it would mean that you lose your consecutive win streak at this point. You can save and suspend? Well, there you go then. Damn spools. I don't need spools. I need actual stuff I can use. Nothing. from this one at all. Nope. Man, I'm gonna be so rich by the end of this run. Purely off of Relic sales. There's some collector somewhere that has just never had any, like, weapons that they wanted to collect for the longest time. They've been hunting for them, but people just haven't been looking for them. Who is now just laughing maniacally with glee. The sheer amount of low rank, high rank relics that have been sold. That they are just buying all of them up. You can already tell this might be the hardest weapon. This is the first floor, but it was hell. Sometimes those weapons start off really, like, bad, but end up being the strongest if the run goes well. Might not be the case, right? But hopefully it's one of those situations where it just has a really rough start. And then it's just absolutely fucking insane when you get a run going with it. That sync that we had there, though, was really nice. This weapon type also does bad in Salmon Run, which is the PvE mode. Right. These things are just not the best in PvE. That is unfortunate. Was there anything in this? Oh, right, yeah, no, not really. It's been a while since we've done this one, so I couldn't remember. Hello, Zadoga. Honestly, getting to the point where I'm wondering if I should cycle this one out of the list. Because it might get too difficult if we keep doing it. Maybe let it get up to level 40. Perfect flinch timing, very good. This will be a charge up, unless I break his head. Nice. That's so good. Even that tiny little bit of delay is massive. God, Lance is proving to be an absolute hero this run. You're so fucked. Well, you didn't want to do another run anyway, so... At least it'll be a short one. Zenoga? Buddy, you okay? You figured it out. You stopped. Back on track, nice. I mean, it does put you a little bit behind the theoretical power curve, though, right? Because you don't have as much money. But it allows you to keep going to get stronger. Oh no! Sagana had nowhere to run. That was so unfortunate. You wanted to dive, yeah. Work, damn it. That was a pretty screwed situation, though. Being shoved right against the wall like that when he starts flipping at you. Not ideal, hey. You saw the beach scene from Final Fantasy Rebirth. All you gotta is them devs snapped doing Tifa's design. I don't know what you're talking about, the fish, but welcome. I'm assuming this might be one of those situations where I'm maybe better off not knowing. Perhaps. I honestly forgot that they released that. Despite the fact that it was being talked about like a week ago. I completely forgot that that was a thing. Okay, not this way. Are people liking it? Is it considered good? I feel like they could completely destroy anything that had anything to do with Final Fantasy VII and people would still like it, but... it's actually pretty good. Wouldn't want Squeenix to lose their cash count now, would we? Sin Enix rather than Squeenix? What did they do? I give them shit for milking the same game for 20 years, but... have they done something actually bad? When you browse online rooms on Citra, is it like DS? No, it's not, Banyan. So, the way it works on Citra is you have like almost like an old school multiplayer server lobby, where it's just a whole bunch of servers. You click into one of those, and then you go into local play on Citra. On the game itself, I should say, sorry. Released banger games, but one of the first to implement NFTs and AIs into their game. And it would have succeeded if the patch lived, if it wasn't for you meddling kids. Right, okay. Yeah, neither of those is necessarily a great look for your company. Hey. Almost looked like he took a bite of his tail. It really did. It would have been great if he got his stamina back at that exact point. As well. Just to further reinforce it. Well, these aren't blue, but hey. Why not? You can just join random people. I mean, they have to also be playing for you. And they actually have to have a lobby up. But if you can find people who are playing for you, you can just join them, yeah. Just make sure that on Citra you are looking for a local lobby, not an online lobby. Like when you're actually searching in Monster Hunter. Because if you click online on Citra, you will get put into a loading screen. And if you don't close your game, you will be in that loading screen between 1 and 10 minutes, and then it will just say, failure to connect. Which is, to say the least, a bit of a waste of time. Online ban? No. No, there's just no server for Citra Connect to. Citra can't connect to any server, so if you click online, it just searches and then can't find anything. The way the online actually works is sort of like it's sort of like a series of rooms which you connect to via online, but they work like LANs, I guess. Like Hamachi or something like that. Power of the internet to pretend you're all in the same space together. We're in the same room, honest. Don't worry about the fact one of our IPs is in the UK and one of them is in Germany. It's all good. Nice. Still no weapons, Sagando. I mean, I'm really happy that at least today RNG ordained to give you some armor pieces. At least we got you some damn armor. Rather than you just being screwed over the whole time. Even though we still got like a wee bit damage-wise to go, the both of us. In stereotypical Monster Hunter fashion, it's giving us what the other person wants. You're getting all the armor, I'm getting all the weapons. This guy's frenzied on almost all of the quests I've done recently. I wonder if he's going to frenzy here. We might be at perma frenzy point for this Velocidrome. Or at least a very high percentage. He is in the 60s. Which is when your reward chance gets better, actually, right? Now that suddenly makes a ton of sense. Good news, is your run actually cracked the stuck base? He is frenzied again. Yeah, I think we might be into perma frenzy here. Which is scary, because I'm kind of thinking that frenzy might be able to one-hit me. It can't one-hit me, but it does get a lot of damage. More importantly, it makes him sound creepy as hell. And he's he's fast. Covering weakness is very good. Hopefully you can actually get some strength as well, because just covering weakness isn't enough, right? Gotta get strong. Hey, nice. Good quest. You can output dummy DPS if you're in their face, right? Good. Sounds like the type of weapon to me where as long as you suffer a rough early game, if you get a few small upgrades, the inherent bit of the weapon gets to just absolutely delete everything that you would otherwise need to deal with. In a lot of games, shotguns and snipers tend to be like that, right? Because you're so locked into like close and long range, you have a lot of problems. But if you just get some decent like area of effect damage for a sniper or something like that, a little bit more range for a shotgun in some way, you just destroy shit. Seasoned armor. It's kind of meh. Oh, do I accept this, man? It's better. It is better. Technically. Fucking goddamn it. Not to rub salt in the wound, but you got to ask anyway, was anything noteworthy achieved today? One more, yeah, we'll do the Velocidrome again. Because then we leave it on 69. It's my only reason. Technically chisel, sort of. Sort of. Not anything like super useful. Nothing I really would have wanted. But this was a 10 defense upgrade. Which, when you only have 180 defense, that's 5% of my total defense value, right? It's pretty decent. Not fantastic, but it was something. Other than that, no. No, it's all been a waste. A waste, quote unquote. I have not achieved anything, is a better way to put it. I guess I got some dual blades, which I'm probably not going to use outside of the 2 quests that Base has forced me to use them for. They're not really that great. It's just gambling, but the wager is my time. Yeah, that's the Relic run. Welcome to the Relic run, Chisel. where I'm fighting infinitesimally small RNG odds to get something that's even worth a iota of my time. If I win the Relic run, though, I will be very proud of myself. You went to a flea market to saw someone advertise they had the world's largest rodent. You go to the area where the largest rodent. You see it's just a capybara sleeping on a pool. Aww. What a cutie. Yeah, they are rodents, aren't they? I think. Not a false claim. They're adorable. Seasoned armor. Quest number 68 popping off. That's the first seasoned thing I think I've mined, by the way. Maybe it's Last Quest magic. Maybe it's the game seeing you talking mad smack and it's like, to put this chisel guy in his place. Something about the atmosphere right now is making me want to play Fire Emblem again. You'd rather expect the game to high-five you and say shit's only starting, yeah. I mean, just because I got a season, it doesn't mean the season will be any good, right? That's the issue there. Also, the drops at the start of this quest gave me nothing but healing. That's incredibly lucky. Boss done, nice one. I would expect the frenzy soon. You know what the best bit about having dual blades is? Actually, I'm not gonna have to be tripped by longsword constantly. Also charge blade. Longsword or charge blade just trips me endlessly. I was having that problem earlier with all the charge blades. Chisel and the Citra person who joins. Oh, it didn't frenzy. This one's a non-frenzier. Lance, it's not even Longsword or Charge Blade's fault. It's just Lance, man. Lance gets upset in this game, the mere idea that someone else could even attack the same monster as them. The Lance itself just starts crying and throws a hissy fit. It's really good solo. It was supposed to be Stormy, but it wasn't. That's just not fair, Chisel. How could the authorities portray you like this? The Stormy bit's the good bit. Especially when it's sleepy time. Next game, Impact does extra stun and part break. Elemental is just huge damage. That would be wild. You want Stormy sleepy time? It's so cozy? Yeah, exactly. And the Stormlord doesn't love you. Ugh. I like how your armor actually kind of works. Like, I do not look good. Your outfit actually kind of works. It looks okay, yeah. It's obviously not ideal, but it's acceptable. Another seasoned armor. Double seasoned armor roll. Don't fuck me. That's good enough, honestly. Get heat resistance. This is not a ton of defense, but 2 slots means that is a worthwhile piece of armor. Yellow sharpness again. Why, game? We'll get you on tomorrow, Sagando. Maybe. Hopefully. Okay, let me just, I was about to go polish it, but I'm not allowed to do that. I'm gonna go arrange this here. So I have to kill Velocidrome to be able to access these two. And I have to kill Zenoga to access these two. With the only benefit of this one being that it has 2 slots. Which isn't really fantastic, but hey, there we go. That is going to be me done for today. I will travel to the Gathering Hall in just a moment to wave with Sagando. I will be back with more of this run tomorrow. It will be in the latter part of tomorrow's stream, along with some worlds where I'm probably not going to finish the run, but I am going to get closer to finishing it. That's for certain. You can see when I'll be playing those on that little linky link there. There's also the Discord server if you're interested in that at all. Announcements, polls, pings, the information for Monster Hunter March in greater detail once that has been announced properly will be on that Discord and then the YouTube channel. If you want any VODs, you can find that one there. That's me done for today. I hope you've had fun with RNG just bending me over. The same will happen tomorrow. If I see you then, have a good time. If I don't, I'll see you another time. Enjoy. Bye. Toodaloo.